time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
The Seahawks are the #1 seed. The Seahawks have a bye week. We all get to watch carefree football this weekend for the wild card games. And I think that that's in part because there have been some surprises with this team this year. I don't know how shocked people are that they, let's say, made the playoffs, right? You were a 10-win team last year, the only 10-win team not to make the playoffs. The expectation was that you would improve, but we didn't quite know it would be in this way, nor that it would be in 14 wins, nor that they'd be the #1 seed. So let's talk about the things that have surprised us the most this year. What has been your biggest surprise for the Seahawks? 866-979-3776. Text in your answer. Bump, what about you? Probably a couple answers here, but what's one thing that comes to mind when you think about, like, yeah, this really took me by surprise this year?
Drake Thomas, man, he is about my height or maybe even shorter, about 215, 220 pounds, was a special teams guy, got banged up a couple years ago, was in and out, didn't really see much of him. Coming into this season, you thought it was going to be Tyrese Nice, who had himself a good year last year, and Ernest Jones. And slowly but surely, you started to see Drake Thomas getting rotated in. I'm thinking, okay, well, they're saving legs. I don't know what they're doing. Maybe they're not getting everything they want out of Tyrese Knight. They're working in Drake. Maybe this is the rotation for the season. And then it just stopped. And then you just started to see Drake Thomas every single play. Last week, he gets his first interception. Congratulations. But
Timely.
It was very timely.
Very timely.
Needed that. But no, it's one is Drake Thomas to me. The second one is the safety play. And I say safety play because of the rotation that's there. You got Julian Love and Kobe Bryant. Both have been out. J Love missed, 4 or 5 games or something like that in a row. Ty Okada comes in, does his thing. Julian's back. Okay, Ty, we're gonna rotate you in, but more special teams down. Kobe Bryant goes out. Ty's back in, doing his thing. So it's the undrafted free agents, specifically Drake Thomas and Ty Okada, who have been impressive to me. That says that their preparation was on point and that these coaches made sure the preparation was on point. With Drake Thomas, it's more you weren't scared to make a change. And we saw that a couple of years ago, right? When they got rid of Baker and Dotson, right?
Yeah.
You made a change there, you bring in Ernest. And they weren't afraid to make a change this year at the linebacker spot. So big ups to Drake Thomas and Ty Okada, Mr. Stay Ready.
Speaking of Drake Thomas, cut #1, head coach Mike McDonald had this to say about his traits.
But you think about traits like Drake's traits, incredibly instinctive, well prepared, great change of direction, sudden mover with fluidity. There's no stiffness when he moves. Can accelerate, obviously the angles, but he's got feel in space. And then he's an explosive mover too. When he's going forward, he can do what 6'3", X amount of weight linebackers do, the things that those guys do well, hit people, he can really strike, but is obviously not the tallest guy of all time. So sometimes, play length will affect his game, but he has a lot of great traits. And so when you think of it through that lens, rather than what do you expect that he can't do, and then you try to have him just let those things come to life, and then I think Nick's the same thing. Is you're always thinking about in terms. I guess the right answer is you're always trying to think in terms of what can these guys do.
Sounds like a good head coach, and good head coaches get the most out of their guys. You could throw in a Ty Okada, right? You could. Drake Thomas is a great answer for it. Mike McDonald obviously just talked about him the other day on the Mike McDonald show. But it's the number of guys who have stepped up. You wouldn't realize at the end of the year, looking at the #1 scoring defense in the league, that they had lost Julian Love for several weeks, that they had been without a couple guys, that they'd been without Devin Witherspoon, right? That they were without Uchenna for a little while. That granted, you never lost multiple starters on your D-line. Overall, they've been healthier than the 49ers. But think of Tampa Bay, right? Think of some of these games where they were down to second and third string guys. So really impressive. I think what surprised me, someone that we knew would be good and someone that we had high expectations for, with former first-round pick Byron Murphy. I did not expect that sack total in this production. This was quite the leap. Cut #3, Mike McDonald, or excuse me, 2. Cut #2, Mike McDonald on what makes Byron great.
I'd say that's like his overall strength, technique, anticipation. I think he's the best in the world right now, especially A-gap double teams. I think I have a hard time thinking anybody's better. So he's playing great football for us. He really is. And on third down, I mean, he's playing great ball as well. I mean, so he's a phenomenal player. He really is.
Byron Murphy has taken a massive leap from last year to this season. I didn't think, and shame on me for this, I didn't expect 7 sacks after half a sack last season, especially an interior guy.
No, he's taking a big leap. He's figured some things out. There's a technique that he's using that Wyman asked him about the last time we interviewed him on the huddle. It's pretty much him getting down to one knee and just forcing the double team. And when you hear him talk about the double team, he's extremely confident. I'm glad that he is, because he's the A-gap player. You are going to get double teamed, and he's found ways just to stay strong. He talked about his lifting regimen throughout the season to make sure he's fit and ready to go. He's getting in the backfield. These 7 sacks this year. I think that's tied for the team lead, unless I think Leo got another one. But yeah, he when you have a guy that can occupy the A-gap the way that he can, that can handle the double team without getting pushed back 2 to 3 yards, that allows guys like Drake Thomas to eat, guys like Ernest Jones to eat as well. Byron Murphy, Pro Bowl snub, having himself an excellent season. I agree with Coach McDonald. I don't see anyone that plays that position better than him. 3
players tied at the top with 7 sacks apiece. You know, Murphy,
Lawrence, and Leo.
Leo, and Uchenna.
Okay, Chenna.
7 sacks.
Hey, Chenna.
Lawrence has 6.
All right.
But still, you almost had 4 guys with 7 sacks. God,
Yeah.
this pass rush is just deadly. To our text line for just a couple here, Dante says our run defense and all the missed tackling from 2 years ago up to even last season, and now they're laying the hammer. They also said the offense clicking. You get rid of Gino, bring in Sam, get rid of DK. I'm gonna say get rid of, because I think
DK
Schneider
wanted
would
to
have loved.
go.
Yeah, I think Schneider also liked DK as a pick and as a weapon. But you adapted in a way that really, really worked out. John does not get enough credit for these quarterback moves. So for Dante, it was defensively that they're this good, considering it's not like, oh, it took you 5 years. You weren't a very good run defense when Mike McDonald took over.
Yeah.
It took half a season to kind of turn that around. The last 6 or 7 games, right? They were averaging like 100 or less a game, maybe 90 or less a game. And now, good luck. There's 5 Seahawks around you whenever you try to do anything.
Yeah, it's a mentality. I mean, you can see it in the way that they play. I go back to that the Reek Woolen almost interception last year. I know that was a pass play, but that is the epitome of what this team wants to be. 4 guys rushing. Lawrence swims by the tight end, gets chipped by or cut blocked by McCaffrey. He jumps over in the backfield. Jay Reed splits the double, boom, gets to the backfield. It's just chaos, and that's what they cause back there. And when you can cause chaos in the backfield, that means the run game rhythm is jacked up, the rhythm of the pass is messed up. They've really embodied what Mike McDonald wants, and they're tapped in. I saw a clip of DeMarcus Lawrence I haven't seen before. I'm surprised I haven't seen it a couple of days ago, and they pretty much were asking about what's your mentality when you line up, and he goes, excuse my language, they all getting effed up like that, and walked off. I go, yep, that's what it looks like.
Christian of the 206 has a great answer. Hey, maybe, you're optimistic about the team, or maybe you thought like, yeah, I think they can win a Super Bowl. But Christian says, you know what? Never in my lifetime did I think we'd have the best receiver in the league. Never been our thing. Love it for me personally, being a receiver. Yes, absolutely agree. And you think about it entering the season, right? All of us were saying, JSN, great sophomore season, breakout sophomore season with 1,000 yards. Where can he go from here? And you're going to have Cooper Kupp to complement him. So it's pretty nice. Like I had questions about the depth of the receiver group, but not about JSN individually.
Yeah.
I did not expect that he would have more yards than the guys that I was so used to talking about. Justin Jefferson. Forget in hindsight quarterback injuries or quarterback concerns. If you thought JSN would have over 1,700 yards on the season and be leading all those guys, Jefferson, Jamar Chase, everyone, congrats. I did not see that one coming.
You know what? I gave him like 1,200 yards. I think that was my prediction.
Yeah, I thought like a step forward, but not.
Yeah.
Not blowing everyone away.
I thought 1,200 and maybe 7 touchdowns. And I didn't think he would have the best single season receivers had in franchise history.
Yeah.
And I'm glad he surprised me. And now he has established himself as one of the best in the game. And I can't wait to see how they use him during the playoffs, man, because this is crucial. You know, he's a big part of what this team is doing offensively, and I hope it just keeps going.
I think my answer for what surprised me most, yes, the record. I didn't have them at 14 wins. I didn't have them as a number 1 seed. I still had some questions. I thought that they could and should make the playoffs, and that was kind of like if they do that, great. That's an improvement. That should be the baseline. But if you were to tell me, hey, the Seahawks got the number 1 seed and they got 14 wins for the first time in franchise history and they're a top 10 offense, how'd they do it? I go, it worked. They got the run game going. It worked.
Yep.
That's absolutely what did it. And even though at the end of the season, Ken Walker has 1,000 yards, would anyone say that the run game is central to like how they've been moving it? And I don't mean like, it's central to getting stack boxes and facing base defenses and getting some good looks for JSN. Yeah, sure. The run game in attempts has been hugely important. I'm talking about it's not Saquon Barkley. It's not Jahmyr Gibbs, kind of like a double-headed monster where like that's how you score. They have won by virtue of Sam Darnold, his arm, JSN, and a pretty explosive passing attack. And getting the tight ends involved in that too. Like it's been a passing strength for the explosives.
But I would say it is central because of the attempts.
Well, yes.
It's central because that's how they set everything else up.
Yeah.
The execution, right? The explosive plays are happening more on the outside, but it's because they've been so dang stubborn with the run that teams do have to react.
But you know what I mean, though? It's not – right now everyone's talking about Sam Darnold as a game manager. I would say for the bulk of the season, he's not been a game manager.
I'd say half and half.
Well, the last month, it's not been great. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, but there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, but I'm just saying it because people are obviously going to text in and be like, Stacy, you're an idiot. I understand what the carries do for your offense and the looks that you get defensively. I completely understand that. I'm just saying I would not have guessed that Sam Darnold would be near the top of the league at any point in like yards per completion.
Why not? He did it last year.
Because I just wasn't expecting
you weren't sure?
Well, no, but think about it. Go back to the combine and go back to the draft. What were John and Mike talking about? Got to get the run game going.
Yeah.
Really believe in the run. We got to get the run game going. We got to get back to the run. You moved on from Ryan Grubb because he didn't run the ball.
So you're saying preseason?
I'm saying that like I said in September, the gamble they made is that they can improve the run and they won't need Sam Darnold to be a hero. That's kind of how we're feeling heading into the playoffs and that they've improved the run, but that's not how the first 10 weeks of the season were. No,
first 10 weeks was Sam throw that ball across the yard and make these explosives. And then I think obviously the league starts to adjust and those throws aren't readily available the way that they used to be, and then teams start to pressure them. But that's ball, man. I'm trying to think of a quarterback that has been just lights out all year. The only one I can think of really is this Drake May.
Yeah, that's scheduled.
That's about it. Yeah.
Soft.
Every other, like even Matthew Stafford has had his struggles. Actually, Dak has been pretty explosive all year. It's just hard to do because you're constantly adjusting because guys are watching film. You got some great coordinators there, and they're going to challenge you. But yeah, going into the season, I'm with you. I thought, all right, wide zone, here we go. We're going to rush for 300 yards a game, and Samson's going to have to dink and dunk. But I think because teams felt that was going to be the approach by the Seahawks, they loaded the box to allow Sam to start the season running and throwing the ball across the yard.
I'm just saying, by week 8-9, a good chunk of the season, the rushing EPA per play was pretty low. Like, they were not super effective with running the ball. No. And so even though that is not necessarily the story we're saying about the Seahawks right now, what surprises me most is that they got here by virtue of starting really hot with the pass game. And I think that is a surprise to me, and that was the most surprising thing.
Yeah, I thought the run game was going to hit the ground running.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, real
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news.
Powered by Bay Alarm Security Services.
With Bump and Stacy.
Headline number one, the Dolphins have fired Mike McDaniel as their head coach. There are now 8 head coaching vacancies in the NFL. What's the real headline?
8 head coaching vacancies and a 6th interview request for Kubiak. I'm wondering if I don't know if the news is broken in the last 15 or 20 minutes, in which case I haven't seen it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Miami reached out.
The Dolphins were that extra team we were trying to figure out who was out there
for Harbaugh,
inquiring about Harbaugh. Yeah, I kind of felt this was coming. The thing with McDaniels is that he definitely knows how to coach football.
Yeah.
Like, he is a good football mind, a good offensive coordinator, but there's a alphaness, a dogness that every head coach needs to have in them, because you're going into a locker room with just a bunch of savages at times, man. It is what it is.
Yeah.
There's testosterone everywhere in that locker room, and you got to be able to control a room. And I think when you're winning and it's easy, yeah, you can control a room. It's easier that way. But when things get tough, can you step in front of guys and make them believe that you're going to figure it out? That's the one thing I worried about with a guy like McDaniels, a guy like Gannon, is that when it gets hard, are you going to be able to look these men in the eye and get them going? You're going to put them in position. You know the X's and O's and whatnot, but every now and then you need to bark at them a little bit and get them to focus. I think that's the only thing that he was missing. He will be the most sought-after offensive coach in the league.
Yes.
Let's say Kubiak gets snatched up after this. I would look at Mike McDonald and say, go ahead and look at Mike Daniels. He's going to run that San Francisco offense, which I love.
You know what I think is interesting? Tell me what you think about this. A couple of NFL voices, prominent NFL voices around the league, like analysts and personalities, seem to be taking subtle shots at the Dolphins, very much implying like this isn't a Mike McDaniel problem. For instance, Bill Barnwell said pretty much every offensive player is better than they had been with their previous coach or team, and then mentions Tua, Raheem Mostert, Tyreek, Waddle, Waller, Brewer. Adam Schefter retweets it with a bunch of arrows like this right here. Those are, Adam Schefter, I cannot think of a more prominent NFL personality. It's subtle, but I think it's implying like your problem is your organization, your drafting that's not working, your defense, and also Tua's not the answer.
Yeah, and then also, if everyone's better with McDaniels, then what does that say about all the other stuff, right? You're talking about upstairs. I'm talking about, there's little things.
Yeah.
Like when you lead your team out to the football field.
Sure.
When you're making adjustments at halftime. When you're talking to your team when you're prepping throughout the week.
Very chill.
Yeah, there's some things.
It.
I think chill don't work in the NFL.
Yeah.
Like you can be calm.
Yeah.
But chill kind of like, whatever.
You can't be the cool parent.
Yeah,
It's like, no,
exactly.
That's fine.
Nah, that don't.
Very Mean Girls. You can drink as long as you do it in the house.
That don't work in the exactly. That don't work in the NFL. I think that's partly why.
Yeah.
The way Pete Carroll went out, because he's so just everything's fine. No, you need to get on that. You know what? Sometimes.
Yes. Now.
But the organization, obviously, there's stuff going on with them too.
Well, and it's not like at least presumably owner Stephen Ross thinks so. They did move on from their GM. Jeff Darlington of ESPN says they're set to hire a new GM by Friday. Maybe it happens today, maybe tomorrow.
Louis Riddick.
And then the head coaching search begins with Harbaugh as a favorite target there. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, Russell Wilson no longer has Mark Rodgers as his agent. Wilson recently switched to David Mulligetta, according to NFLPA records. What's the real headline?
Wow, even Russ got tired of Mark Rodgers. Maybe.
Change is good. Switch it up.
Change works.
Yeah.
You know?
Try something new. He's in a different.
I cut my hair.
He's in a different place in this. You got a dog?
I got a dog,
You know?
and I cut my hair.
You cut your hair.
Yeah. Those are 2 changes I'm having a really hard time with.
Now all you need is a tattoo. You're good to go.
I'm just a new person. I pull up on a motorcycle. Hey, guys. Russell Wilson I don't know, I can't remember if it was a statement or an interview, but talked about, like, I'm not done. I'm coming back. And maybe this move to David Mulligetta to represent him was part of that. Just being like, I need firepower behind me. I want to get back out there.
Yeah, new representation, and it can change the your approach.
Yeah.
And maybe Russ is changing something about himself as well. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, but maybe this is it for Russell. I just don't see who would want him to be a starter. I think he's a guy, like you mentioned, you bring in to compete, to push a rookie, help a rookie, or just compete with a starter that you already have, and if he outperforms, then he outperforms. But I don't think anyone's going to sign him and say, you're our guy. He's got to go compete.
I almost feel like his best bet this past season, it was, okay, I'm going to go to the Giants. I'm going to be their starter because they have a young guy, but you know that clock's ticking, and the second you make too many mistakes, they're going to put out Dart, which they did. I wonder if maybe it's a good bet to do the Darnold approach in Minnesota. I know he came in to, help mentor and be with a young guy in J.J. McCarthy, but he also signed with a team that had a ton of weapons, like as a backup on a lesser deal with someone who was unproven, so that when he did get a chance to play, you got a lot of support around you. You got a lot of good pieces. Like when you get a chance to play with the Giants, you're either getting concussed or you're throwing it downfield to no one.
Like, what is he going to do? What are the Dolphins going to do? They're probably going to get rid of Tua.
Yeah.
What else is out there? This
Kyler. You mention
Kyler's
that?
the hottest name on the block right now.
Let's see. They don't pick high enough to well, they're never going to get like a Mendoza or you mentioned the kid out of Oregon, but
they're going to bring Kyler over, and then Joe Flacco's going to back him up.
I saw them mocked with a tackle. They're going to have to go veteran.
Yeah.
They have to go veteran.
You know what? Malik Willis has been making some noise, too.
He has. He's going to be one of the top pursued guys for sure. What's next?
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 3, Ole Miss and Miami meet in tonight's Fiesta Bowl with a spot in the national championship game on the line. What's the real headline?
Could former Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin get a bonus from someone else's win and get someone else's quarterback in the same week?
That guy, he's having a heck of a couple of weeks, man.
Wow, good for you, Lane.
Just he can do no wrong.
Yeah. Benefiting from other people.
Good old Lane. I hope Ole Miss gets it done. I like the story of Miami because when I was growing up, Miami was the Willis McGahee,
the bee's knees.
The bee's knees, Sean Taylor over there. Even Ken Dorsey, the quarterback, used to get him going. Got Moss. I mean, it was fun watching them play. So they have that nostalgia when it comes to Miami. But I want Ole Miss. I do and I don't want Ole Miss. I don't want Ole Miss because the SEC gets on my nerves. But I want Ole Miss because Chambliss has been playing out of his mind. Did you know that he was found? So Weiss, the coordinator over there, was just going through Twitter and found him on Twitter. I wasn't even really looking for a quarterback. They saw a highlight and said, you know what, I like this kid. He can fit my offense. That's how Chambliss was found.
Put your highlights on Twitter.
Put them on Twitter.
So the old heads can see them.
Exactly.
Forget TikTok, okay?
The ticketed talk.
You need to let those 35-plus coordinators and coaches see those.
Exactly. So, I like that story. I like that they're fighting through this adversity. Half their coaching staff is gone. The coaching staff that's there, is not going to be there. And they're still executing. Either way, I'm good because then, the nostalgia of Miami is also fun, too.
Yeah. I've always liked Miami. I don't know why. I love a burnt orange. I love an orange. I love Texas. I love Miami. Those are my 2 favorite. I do like the Chicago Bears when they have, like, that navy and the orange. I don't like orange. I don't like orange flavor. I don't like, it's fine. No, it's okay. No, this actually stems from an argument we had about the best Gatorade flavor, and you said it was orange. Basically, 90% of the text line was like, you're absolutely right, and I was just stubbornly saying no.
What'd you say?
When I was thinking about orange flavoring, I was like, yeah, I guess I do. It's the worst Starburst, though.
Yeah, pink is the best.
It's absolutely. I don't see orange-only bags of Starburst because the people know. That has nothing to do with anything. We have more important things to get to. What Super Bowl favorites say about who we trust in the playoffs? That's next.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, Basically, bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bump and Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Bump, I was reading ESPN, Bill Barnwell.
You read?
I do.
That's what's up.
I read a lot in college. And I've read a book this year. Oh,
Readers
no,
are
not
leaders.
this year. Last year. It doesn't count as this year. But I've read before.
Okay.
And I read this morning, and it was ESPN Bill Barnwell. He had a column going through each round of the playoffs, picking his winners. You get the picture. Basically, doing his bracket, saying who he thinks is going to go on to the Super Bowl. He does not have the Seattle Seahawks going to the Super Bowl. It's okay, Bill. We can forgive you. You're not the only one. You've joined us before, friend of the show. I would think so. Maybe not. But I understand, and I don't think he's the only one. However, for anyone wondering, he picks the Bills and Rams. And it made me wonder, like, what are the things we trust when it gets to the playoffs? Because the Denver Broncos are the number 1 seed. The Seattle Seahawks are the number 1 seed. Mm-hmm. I tend to see the Rams as a favorite, Josh Allen's Bills as a favorite, maybe a super hot Jags team. And I feel like, Bump, that what we trust in the playoffs becomes quarterbacks we know. Do you think that's the case?
I think that's where you start.
Yeah.
I think, like yesterday, I pointed out all the newness in the AFC. Right? Trevor Lawrence can't get over the hump. Justin Herbert played horrible in the playoffs. Caleb is he's on the NFC, but no one's really picking the new guys on the block to do this.
No.
And I think that's what we do as humans, as we just revisit history and say, well, they've shown that they can do it. The Rams lost to the Atlanta Falcons and the Panthers this year, yet teams are still picking them to win it. What's the excuse for the Rams? Oh, they didn't have Devontae Adams. The Hawks have beaten the Rams. What's the excuse there? Well, Matthew Stafford turned the football over, and they didn't have Devontae Adams, which I get. Devontae Adams is the best red zone target in the game right now. I understand that. Mm-hmm. I understand people picking the Rams because Sean McVay, he's been there before, because you have a good defensive line over there, because that secondary is decent, because you got Landman at that secondary. I get it, but what I don't understand is how come I don't see more people pulling for the Seahawks. Well, I get the people who do go for the Rams. Yeah, complete team. But how come I don't see that many people pulling for the Hawks?
Why am I not seeing a 50-50?
Yeah.
Or why am I not seeing, the Rams are an incredibly popular pick. And like you, it's like, I get it, but really?
Yeah.
Not even a few?
It's a little bit.
Let's keep it with the Rams. We spoke, I'm going to go to cut 4 to Isaiah Stanback yesterday. He actually does feel good about Seattle's Super Bowl chances, but there's a caveat. Take a listen.
I feel really good about Seattle unless they face the Rams. Like, I truly do feel good about Seattle versus any of the NFC woes outside of the Rams. And that's just because I think that the Rams are just sound defensively. I don't think that they make a lot of mistakes. I think they get after the quarterback when they need to. I think I really think that they have Sam Darnold's number at this point in time. Obviously, I think Sam Darnold's thrown at least 5 or 6 interceptions against those guys this year. I just don't want to see those guys. But I think Seattle is good against everybody else.
So, again, yeah, I feel great. Seattle's been looking good, but I don't like them in round 3 against the Rams. Bill predicts that the Rams and Seahawks will face off in the championship round. Obviously, I mentioned he already takes the Rams, but he sees a divisional round win for Seattle, and I think a lot of people do. I think it's a faith in Matthew Stafford. It's a faith in Sean McVay. Despite the Seahawks defense being statistically better than the Rams defense, I think people trust a quarterback, a head coach, and someone they've seen do it before. It's the same reason people look in the AFC and look at Josh Allen and go, God, it's Josh Allen. Mm-hmm. Who's your MVP last year? Never mind that Bills defense is allowing, 150 on the ground per game?
It's not stats, it's personnel.
Yeah.
It's personnel, offensively, defensively, and coaching as well. You look at the Rams, and if you just go position by position, you're probably going to pick the Rams on a lot of these matchups, right? Quarterback, you're probably taking Matthew Stafford. Receiving core, you're probably going to go with the Rams with their 1-2 combo. Tight ends, I think that's a toss-up. Mm-hmm. You go offensive line, you're going to go with the Rams. You go running backs. Right now, I think is a toss-up. Earlier in the season, you're probably going with the Rams.
Defense, though?
Defensively, I mean.
Maybe all 3 levels I'm going Seattle. Certainly
D-line for sure. Linebackers, toss-up. Landman is a beast. And I don't know too much about the guy who's next to him. I rock with Drake. Secondary.
Seattle. It's Seattle.
Probably go Seattle.
They gave up. Think of that game against Carolina. That's where the differences in the secondary showed up.
You know what they can say, Stacy. Look at that game against the Seahawks.
Oh, yeah, but that's what Matthew Stafford did against Seattle, not what Bryce Young did against us.
I know, but that's just the argument.
I get it.
But no, I think you're right. You're right with the secondary.
Yeah.
It's personnel and it's history. And I get it because the Hawks haven't been there in a while.
Yeah.
They still got things to prove. They still got to go out there and show they can handle it. I'm the most nervous. If they are to play the Rams, that's going to be the most nervous I'm going to be. I'm going to be a wreck either way it goes because this is the playoffs. Is win or go home. But that's the one team I look at, and it makes me a bit nervous. But it also has some confidence because these guys have shown that they can step up in those moments and play big.
Yeah. Now, there's a chance that Seattle doesn't face the Rams because the Rams don't get out of the wild card round. They're heading to Carolina as a 5 seed. They're actually the biggest favorites of the weekend, 10.5-point favorites against the Panthers. Daniel Jeremiah, though, cut 5, doesn't see another surprise win.
Well, Carolina beat them, but they had to double them up. They had to double them up. They run the ball twice as much as they threw it. They had to turn Matt Stafford over 3 times. They had to dominate time of possession by 10 minutes. That's just a tall order. I don't think they can do that again.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a lot.
It's
a lot to ask for.
They didn't even win to get into the playoffs.
You know what this is like?
What?
It's like on the golf course.
No, I knew the
right?
second.
On the golf course.
It's just like a twinkle in your eye. The second I saw where you were going with it, I knew it was going to be a golf analogy.
I'm a 9 handicap. My buddy's like a 3 or 4. This is when I just play lights out, and I'm playing, and I know that I'm never going to be able to do this again.
The only thing that
I'm never going to be able to outdrive him, outchip him, outputt him. He's just better overall, but today is my day. That is what that game was like.
The only thing that annoys me more than your golf analogies.
What's that?
You and Curtis do things without me. Like talk about battleships. That really sat with me. I've been stewing on that for about 24 hours.
Go do some research?
You got any battleship takes?
Now it's not organic. It's just you guys were having a cool conversation about warships. I don't even know what you were saying. And then it just stopped. You didn't want to have the conversation with me, and I feel excluded.
Well,
maybe I have thoughts on ships.
It just ended now.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna let that. I'm gonna think about that for months. I promise it's the last time I'll bring it up on air because no one else cares, but it's not the last time I'll think about it.
You get your warship takes up to speed. And
well, I have a lot
we'll
to say about warships, but I don't want to waste it on you guys anymore. I'll talk to the texters about it.
There you go.
I'm going to have my battleship conversations there. I'll take it to the text line. Steve Weish, I mentioned, hey, it sure feels like people just bet on quarterbacks they know, maybe, and that's what's happening in the playoffs. Steve Weish. Curtis, who was he on with? Was this
Wyman and Bob.
Thank you. Cut 6 from Wyman and Bob said there should be significant apprehension about Sam Darnold.
I mean, look at how that game was called against the Niners the other night. 3rd and 17, what are most teams doing? They're dropping back and they're letting it rip, especially when you got a lead. Well, they just did a toss sweep. They ran it. They didn't want to put Sam Darnold, to me, in harm's way. They were really kind of managing him. They were able to get that first down, and then Darnold got hot. I don't know if teams have seen enough of him on film in the system as to where they're doing things that are confusing him. He clearly doesn't like playing the Rams because, you saw the big turnover game initially in L.A., but then when they came up to Seattle, some of the same things happened until the incredible comeback that was led by the punt return by Shaheed. So I think he's still got some proving to do. I think most people are still waiting for that trap door to fall out. But again, if Seattle can continue to run the ball the way it's run the ball over the past 3 or 4 games, that will take the pressure off of Darnold, set up that play-action passing game, and that's where he's really strong.
I agree a lot with what Steve said here, except for one thing. I don't think he really broke down that situation properly. 3rd and 17, and you have the lead. 95% of teams are going to run the football in that situation because, 1, you don't want to turn the ball over where you're backed up. And 2, there's no plays for 3rd and 17. So
you don't have it in your back pocket?
Yeah, so running the football, running the toss there was the correct play. I don't think it has nothing to do with Sam and his ability to throw the football.
You know what? We're going to have an NFL analyst on the show later today. Pro Football Focus's Trevor Sikkema. We'll ask him whether the Seahawks are a Super Bowl favorite and then obviously about what he sees from Seattle, some of the wild card picks for this weekend and who Seattle could host in the divisional round. Hype Train, though, coming your way next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health. It's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking Active Liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Will?
When I was 50, my whole life fell apart. I lost my job, I lost my wife, I lost the house, I lost pretty much everything except for my life. When the IRS came calling, I just didn't have it in me. I felt like Wile E. Coyote, just waiting for that IRS anvil to drop.
Then Will found tax relief advocates.
I heard their advertisement on the radio, I wrote down the number, and I made the call that changed everything. The IRS gave me a bill for $40,000. Tax Relief Advocates got that down to $3,200. I've paid 9 cents on the dollar. Now that's a great deal in anybody's book.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Will did and call TRA for a consultation.
But for me, the real win is I got my life back.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-488-2578. 800-488-2578. That's 800-488-2578.
At Bible Law Group, we understand what it means to be local legal representation. From shopping at the Bon Marché, picking up gear at Chubby and Tubby, crying for Joey Cora, now for Cal, grabbing a burger while JP Patches clowns by. We live here and fight for you. That's why Bible Law gives local representation to those facing legal problems too big for prayers, even if you can't pronounce Squim or Puyallup. Our legal team has secured more than $40 million in settlements for our clients. We're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
Boy, am I glad to be done with my holiday shopping.
Oh, I know.
And now I just want to relax.
Me too. Well, except there's one more store we should check out.
Oh, no way.
Because this week, we can get a Samsung, LG, or Sony TV at an incredible price.
Really? Where?
At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. They're really cutting deals.
Because the holidays are over?
Yep. So this is our chance to get what we wanted for Christmas.
Are the prices really that good?
Yes. For 7 days they are. And Video Only has those top-rated models we were thinking about all on sale.
All right. The best stuff cheap is worth a trip.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In South Center, Bellevue, Linwood, Federal Way, and Tacoma, Video Only.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Coming up in 15 minutes, talking Seahawks with Pro Football Focus is Trevor Sikkema. Before we get to it, let's head to the station for Hype Train. It's Thursday. Oh my God, because it's a Thursday, we also have the huddle coming up later today. Interviews with Okada, and then at the end of the show, Drake Thomas, I believe. Also, obviously, your favorite voices, and Bump and I will be joined by Dave Wyman. That's why we're at Seahawks headquarters, Virginia Mason Athletic Center right now. I'm talking college ball, not Seahawks right here. Fiesta Bowl today. Ole Miss defeats Miami. That's your first Hype Train.
Ole Miss. My dad is in Biloxi, Mississippi. And my mom was born in Jackson, Mississippi. And that's where the Bumpus family comes from. On my mom's side, my dad's side in Tennessee. So really the Woodruff family. Really. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
I am rooting for Ole Miss because of their situation. They are still playing some good football. Chambliss, if he were to enter the draft today, he'd be the third quarterback in the draft for sure. But he's trying to come back for one more year to Ole Miss. I think that'd be a great move. I'm going for the team that's done nothing since 1963.
Let's go.
Ole Miss, let's get it.
Ole Miss defeats Miami in the Fiesta Bowl. Bump is boarding. Curtis, are you?
I want to say Ole Miss because I mean they've been America's darlings here in the tournament, but Miami's defense has been so good this season. They've only allowed 17 points to number 7 Texas A&M and number 2 Ohio State combined. The most points they've allowed in a game this season was 26 in a loss to SMU back on November 1st. Their defense is really good. Malachi Toney, a really special receiver. He's just a freshman. I think the Hurricanes move on to the national championship game. And unfortunately, this is where the road ends for Ole Miss. Even though I'll be rooting for them for sure tonight.
I think Miami will be tough, but I might be boarding this train as well. Oh, look at that! Guess Curtis is left on his own now.
Good. I like it. Good luck, Bump.
Hey, next up, I'm sticking with college football. Indiana beats Oregon for a second time, and tomorrow's Peach Bowl.
Oh man, it's
underrated fruit.
Peach?
Yeah.
Everyone loves them.
No, everyone loves peach flavor and peaches, but no one ever, when you're like, what's the best fruit? Strawberry, banana. No one ever says peach, and they should.
Artificial peach flavor is not really the same.
Yeah, artificial, nah.
Oh, see, I still
like
like
a
it.
Jamba Juice peach smoothie, though, I can get down with that.
I took us off the rails. I'm sorry.
You taking us off the rails?
Indiana beats Oregon.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They're more physical. They're going to run the football. Mendoza makes smart decisions when to pass and when to run it. Yeah. Even though I wouldn't mind Oregon winning, actually, yes. Indiana, no love for Oregon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indiana.
Yeah, I don't want Oregon winning. Curtis, Indiana beats Oregon for a second time in tomorrow's Peach Bowl.
Yeah, I'm boarding that train. The Hoosiers are just ridiculously good this season. I'm kind of wondering, I mean, if they pull this off, they go, 16-0 this season, beating Oregon, then beating potentially Ole Miss or Miami in the national championship game. Like, where Where does this Indiana team get remembered in the annals of college football history? Because they've just been blowing everybody out this season. So I think it continues. I don't think they blow out Oregon tonight, but I think they do. Or tomorrow night, I should say. But I do think they get the victory.
I'm with you guys on this one. And to say the same, Indiana is my pick for the national championship. So obviously we got to keep it going here. Also, look, as a Husky, we're down bad right now, okay? It was tough losing a lot of the team.
Oregon.
We lost a lot of players after that loss to Michigan in the national championship game. Then you lose out on your quarterback who, breaks his contract and presumably is going to head to LSU. It's been tough. It's been some blows. But there's one thing Oregon can never say.
Natty.
Don't have a natty, and you're not going to get one this year. Next up.
Hold on, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
How do you feel about John Belview's like, oh, we should have Oregon's back?
No, I'll never root for Oregon for
Okay.
anything. Well, there was
yeah.
one exception to it.
What was that?
It was when I felt that the Pac-12, when the conference was still a conference, that the health of the conference was important. And this was a couple years ago when you were starting to sense like, this is looking bad. That's when I started to be like, I hate Oregon,
Yeah.
but a win for Oregon is still good because there's that SEC and Big Ten kind of look at like Pac-12, whatever. And it's like, what? So much draft success stories come out of the Pac-12. What are you talking about? And then once that ceased to be a thing, no, absolutely not. The Big Ten doesn't need Oregon to win.
Nah.
Therefore, I do not. John Harbaugh's the hire for the Dolphins.
I don't know, man. He don't seem very Miami to me, He seems more Atlanta. He seems more New York. Miami, I just feels like it's just the culture is different.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I think they need to go with a younger, more in tune with Instagram type coach. You know what I'm saying? Like Harbaugh is.
Didn't they just have that?
Nah,
They
but
just had that.
I know, but that was like a
But one tougher.
like McDonald's knows
Okay.
Instagram. You know what I'm saying? But it's different than McDaniel's. This is different.
I think Mike McDonald's favorite movie is like Austin Powers.
That's fine, but he knows Instagram.
Does he?
He knows how to use it.
Okay.
I'm sure he does. He's 38.
I gotta put some research in.
But he's one of those guys who knows how to use it, but he
he.
never uses it. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
McDaniel's was using it too much.
John Harbaugh's the hire for the Dolphins. Bump says no. Did I? Yes. You said that. Yeah.
Nah, he's
Okay.
not.
Bump says no. I think they need someone a little fresher, but who can still be a good leader, in tune with things. Curtis, are you boarding?
I am going to board. Yes, we're boarding this train. I think because in large part the Dolphins are interviewing Chargers assistant GM Chad Alexander, who spent a lot of years with John Harbaugh in Baltimore and is now with Jim Harbaugh in LA. I think the Dolphins are very interested in having him as their GM, which it'd be a pretty natural fit considering his history with the Harbaugh family. So potentially a connection there made between Harbaugh and Chad Alexander. So that's why I think Harbaugh ends up in Miami.
All right. Still to come. The Seahawks held their annual rookie dinner last night. You can probably guess the price tag was staggering. Details coming up at 11:30 in the timeline. Before we get to that, Pro Football Focus Trevor Sikkema previews Wildcard Weekend and gives us his take on whether the Seahawks can win Super Bowl 60. That's next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle sports and the Seattle Sports app. 2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the two-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches? You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Mike McDaniel is out as head coach of the Dolphins. Owner Stephen Ross said in a statement this morning, quote, "After careful evaluation and extensive discussion since the season ended, I've made the decision that our organization is in need of comprehensive change." ESPN's Jeff Darlington reports the Dolphins will hire a new GM by Friday and will begin the head coaching search after that. McDaniel's firing also means there are currently 8 head coaching vacancies.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Pro Football Focus is Trevor Sikkema joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. Trevor, how's it going?
It's going great. The postseason's here. We actually get to talk about meaningful games every single week, and so I'm very excited. I'm glad to be back. Thanks for having me.
We're happy to have you, and we're really happy to have you to talk about the Seahawks, too, because this team obviously did not make the playoffs last year, and not since 2014 have they actually been the number 1 seed. So really fun here in Seattle to talk about this team in kind of a different way. That being said, they're the number 1 seed, a betting favorite to win the Super Bowl, but do you actually think they can do it?
Yeah, no, I absolutely do. And that's because I think they're extremely complementary of each other on both sides of the ball. You know, you look at some of these teams and, okay, well, the offense is really good, but the defense isn't as up to par as it needs to be. Sometimes it's vice versa with some of these other teams. And even within some of the successful teams in the NFL, you kind of look at how they play and you go, all right, well, it's a little bit one-dimensional in what they do. Okay, they can do one thing really well, but if they run into a certain team, like, for example, the San Francisco 49ers, right? I know the Seahawks know this because they just played them last Saturday, and a big talking point that we had going into that game is run the football if you're Seattle. There's all this talk about, you know, Clint Kubiak in the passing game and Jackson Smith and Jigba and how good Sam Darnold has looked and all of this. But in reality, you have to be able to take advantage of another team's weakness like the San Francisco 49ers had. They've been one of the worst run defense teams in the NFL, and that's exactly what Seattle did. That's why they won that game. That's why they got the 1 seed, among other things, of course. But the reason why I have so much confidence in this team is really when I look around the NFL, certainly in the NFC, outside of one of these teams just catching fire in a way that we haven't seen so far this season, I basically look at a future matchup against the Rams and kind of look at that team as really the only one that would give me reservation to say, yes, they can do everything that they would need to do to best a really good Seattle team. And so when you get to the postseason, every game is difficult, and it only gets more difficult each week you go on. But I think this rest, the fact that the playoffs in the NFC run through Seattle, all of that goes into helping one of the most complete teams in the NFL.
The main concern I hear when I listen to people talk is Sam Darnold, right? Is he going to be able to have the moment to put this team over the top? Me personally, I think that he doesn't have to be overwhelmingly the best player on the football field. What's your confidence level in number 14?
Yeah, so I have a lot of confidence in him, and I think when you look at Sam Darnold, you have to be realistic with your expectations. Sam is somebody who sort of the way that you talked about it there. Can he make the big plays? Yes. I have no reservation that Sam Darnold is capable of making the big plays, the big throws, 4th down moments, 3rd down moments, red zone moments, 4th quarter moments, whatever it is. I feel that he has the ability, because we've seen it before, to do all of those things. The question with him isn't, in my opinion, whether or not he can achieve the big moments. It's how many of the lowlights we get. I was just talking with Nate Tice, who does a great job covering the league for Yahoo Sports, and I think that he put it beautifully when we were talking last week that Sam Darnold's probably going to give you one tough turnover-worthy play per game. Like that's just the style of quarterback that he is. You can live with one. it gets dangerous when we get to, okay, now he's had 2 or 3 turnover-worthy plays in the game. That's when Seattle and Sam Darnold really starts to get in trouble. So it's about managing the expectations of what you have from him. I don't think that when you look at Sam Darnold and who he is as a quarterback, it's fair to say, let's have a perfect game from Sam Darnold. No mistakes at all, no turnover-worthy plays, nothing like that. The style in which he wants to play as someone who wants to attempt and complete those big moment throws that you need to means that you're going to put it in harm's way every now and then. You can, like I said, you can live with it if it's 1, maybe 2 kind of turnover-worthy plays, depending on, whether those end up becoming fumbles recovered by the other team or interceptions or whatever it is. You can live with 1. You might be able to live with 2. But you start getting beyond that, and that's when you really start getting nervous. I know that can be the case with any quarterback, but Sam specifically is one of those guys that you kind of have to live with a little bit of the good and the bad. And you just, the more that you put on his plate, the more it opens up more variance with both of those things. But in terms of can he play in the big moments, yes. We've seen him play so confidently in this system. It's just a matter of can he control the ball enough and control those mistakes within the big moments that I think we'll be able to get from him.
Seattle managed to finish the regular season as the league's top scoring defense, just inching past Houston, helped obviously by limiting San Francisco, who had been very hot to just a field goal in the regular season finale. How would you describe Mike Macdonald's defense and what he does?
Aggressive and confident, truly. I mean, when you watch this defense, it's been a great job by John Snyder just drafting really great players, but also Mike Macdonald in not only identifying how and where you should deploy these guys, but also just their overall development. I think Nicky Manwari is the perfect example of this because I was one of those people that I watched Manwari at South Carolina as a draft guy, and I said, hey, all the talent in the world, truly an alien athlete. But if he goes to certain teams that say, okay, no, we just want you to be a free safety. No, we just want you to be more of a pseudo nickel linebacker type of a player. I think that he would have a lot of strengths, but also show a lot of weaknesses. In Mike Macdonald's system, he is so versatile, but he is so confident in all of his roles. The way that they can use both him and Devon Witherspoon in the slot, depending on what the other team has, it's truly this, next move in anticipation of the chess game that offensive and defensive coordinators play. And so when you look at like the secondary, how confident and how fast they're playing, the same thing with the defensive line out DeMarcus Lawrence and Leonard Williams and Byron Murphy and all of these guys are just playing so fast and free. You look at this Seattle defense and, I was talking a few minutes ago about San Francisco's defense, and it's like, all right, well, there's a clear weakness on this team. They can't really defend the run. You look at Seattle and you go, okay, where's the weakness? LB2? That's you would take that all day long if your second linebacker is your biggest weakness on the team. There's only so much you can do to even exploit that. And there's not a ton of other spots on this defense where you say to yourself, even as a really good offense, yeah, I'm comfortable attacking them here. You're basically putting some risk involved no matter what you're doing against this team. And that's why you get just such high PFF grades overall, great coverage grades from this team. And like you said, the number 1 scoring defense at the end of the regular season.
Offensively for years over here, man, we've been trying to figure out if they can put 5 linemen together that can really help execute an offensive plan. And so far this year, they've been okay. Charles Cross just signed a big deal, has never been a Pro Bowler, but has been vital to this offensive line and this team. How did you feel about the extension of Charles Cross?
No, I like it. And I'm a big Charles Cross guy. I had him as a top 10 overall player in that class when he was coming out. I looked at him and just honestly, it was his finesse game that impressed me the most. How quick his feet were, how he could cover so much ground as an offensive tackle. And I really liked his potential in pass protection. And then he comes to a great spot like Seattle, and now all of a sudden he's been grading really well as a run defender as well. So I love the extension. I'm a big Charles Cross guy. As long as he is healthy, I think he is absolutely worth that type of a contract as a starting caliber left tackle in this league. As for the rest of their offensive line, I love the Raible selection when it was made during the draft last year. And, of course, he's gone through the regular rookie ups and downs, but he was one of the highest-graded players in the NFL that final week against San Francisco. He was an incredible run blocker, so many impact run-blocking plays. And this stretch zone scheme that Clint Kubiak wants to run is so perfect for what Raible does. And he was just such an easy, after I saw him in person at the Senior Bowl last year, he was such an easy plug-and-play type of an idea for an offense like this. Watching what Kubiak did in New Orleans last year and knowing that he was on staff in Seattle now, he was just a common mock draft pick to them. And I think it's been a home run. And so their offensive line investment isn't done yet. You mentioned that they've sort of been just trying to figure out, hey, what's the best 5 that we can get out there? But now that you've got Charles Cross locked up, Abraham Lucas, when he is healthy, obviously a starting caliber offensive lineman as well. Now you feel good about Raible. You go into this offseason, hey, let's make at least one more starting caliber offensive line addition. Maybe we get lucky and we get 2 here. And that's how you sustain a winning window. That's how you continue to keep things going with this team. So I know at beginning of the year, it was a little up in the air, sort of a question mark of what this offensive line could be, but I think they're playing well down the stretch.
ESPN's Bill Barnwell predicted a rubber match between the Rams and Seahawks in the conference championship game, which I think feels likely too. I think a lot of people are thinking that's when they're probably going to meet. But he still favors the Rams if these two do meet again. Who do you favor if they do for a third time?
So I like the Rams to reach the Super Bowl. So I would, even though I am on a Seattle radio station, I won't be a hypocrite here.
Thank you for the honesty.
So
we appreciate it, Trevor.
These are, if we get this in the NFC Championship game, I mean, what an incredible game that this is going to be. It's just 2 unbelievable head coaches that just have so much high football IQ. Going up against each other. We talk about the chess match all the time. It truly is a chess match of what these guys are able to do. And I think it's just a matter of when I look at these teams, how much confidence I have in Matthew Stafford, who is my MVP pick, and just watching him this year play at a level that, I mean, I think he's a future Hall of Famer, and he might be playing the best football he's ever played right now. So when you combine that with the offensive weapons that he has, I really think the only thing that might be holding them back is maybe their offensive line going up against, how aggressive that Seattle defensive line is. But even for as good as Seattle's secondary is, Matthew Stafford's seen it all at this point. His arm really hasn't dropped off in terms of physical ability. And so it is going to be a coin flip type of a game. I think that if you ask a lot of people in a vacuum to pick one of these teams, they would pick the Rams. But the fact that that game would be in Seattle would just obviously give the Seattle Seahawks a little bit of a bump there. So, man, I selfishly, with no dog in the fight, I'm hoping we get it, because that's what the playoffs are all about, getting us the best matchups. And so I'd pick the Rams to get to the Super Bowl. I would pick the Rams again against the Seahawks. But, man, that game's going to be a close one if we get it again.
Hey, I want to go back to something you said. You said Matthew Stafford is your MVP, even after the performance against, who was that, Atlanta, I believe it was? You still got him as your MVP over Drake May, huh? Tell me why.
I do, just because you look at all of the big-time throws that he has had throughout this season, just so many big-time throws, no matter how you – and I think the reason why I think he's my MVP is just because, one, he's leading a lot of those statistical categories like big-time throws and, play under pressure, things like that. But also, I often divide the season into – some people go, hey, first half of the season, second half of the season. I think the season often should be divided into thirds, the first third, second third, and final third of the season. And even though he hasn't been as sharp here down the stretch on this final third, you look at all 3 of those areas of this regular season, and Stafford has just been phenomenal throughout. I know they haven't always won those games. Obviously, they're not sitting here with the best record in the NFL, but it's truly just his play under pressure, that confidence that he has, all of those big-time throws. And it's just that passing grade that he has against all types of coverages. Everyone has tried to throw so many things at him. Okay, we're going to play quarters. All right, we're going to play cover 6. Okay, we're going to play true cover 3. All right, we're going to blitz him a lot. All right, we're not going to blitz him at all. And it seems like he's at that Tom Brady part of his career where he just has all of the answers. And it's just a matter of getting the ball where it needs to go. A lot of times, the best quarterbacks to ever play the game get to that point mentally, but then their arm is shot, right? Like they know exactly where the ball should go, but they don't have that physical ability to be able to get it there the way that it needs to. Stafford still does. I just think that Drake May has been unbelievable. I'm not trying to take anything away from him, but every time I watch Stafford's film, you just know you're watching a future Hall of Famer and somebody who is playing the game at the highest level it possibly can be. So that's why he would be my MVP.
Let's talk wild card weekend. Packers headed to Seattle if they manage to beat the Chicago Bears. They're slight favorites in that one right now, but it's basically a toss-up. Who do you think wins?
This was the toughest game for me to predict a winner because, and again, you talk about like getting playoff matchups. I'm so glad that we get part 3 of these because you look at the last 2 matchups that the Packers and the Bears have had. Each one of them has come down to the very last Caleb Williams throw. On the first one, it was obviously an interception that Keyshawn Nixon had in the end zone in Green Bay. And then the other one was that walk-off overtime beauty of a throw, the highest graded throw that we had all season from any quarterback, which was just a thrilling win for them in Chicago. I would take Chicago here. I took Chicago on our preview show yesterday on the PFF YouTube channel, and the reason why is just because I just think the Packers are a little too beat up still. Now, Jordan Love off of the injury report, Josh Jacobs off the injury report. Zach Tom looks like he could be giving it a go with that knee injury, but I just think overall there's so many stars that they are still missing. Tucker Kraft's obviously the big one from the middle of the season, Micah Parsons when he went down. I think this is going to be a slugfest. It's going to be an incredibly close game, but give me the Chicago Bears, give me Ben Johnson. I think in this part 3, the Bears are just a little more healthy. They're getting Odunze back as well. So I think they're a little bit more healthy, and I think they're going to be able to run the ball specifically against the Packers and control it more than the Packers would be comfortable with.
We're hoping for a Packers win over here. What do you think of the Jags over there in the AFC, man? I've been trying not to buy into what they're doing, but watching the way Trevor Lawrence has been playing, their run defense, they're a solid football team. How far do you think they get?
And I think that they're more than a solid football team. You know, it's funny. I made an early bet for the Super Bowl matchup, and it was Rams versus Jaguars. And I think that if the Jags can win this weekend, I think they make it to the Super Bowl. I think this is not that Denver or New England, not that that's a cakewalk at all whatsoever. Not that we could just say, all right, let's sim the AFC, we're good to go. Those will be tough matchups no matter what, especially if they end up having to go on the road a bunch, certainly to either of those teams in the AFC Championship. But the way that Jacksonville has been playing, to me, it simply comes down to one thing. Can the run game be complementary enough? Nobody has been playing better than Trevor Lawrence over the last 4 weeks of the season. He has been unbelievable, whether you're playing 2 high coverages, 1 high coverage. He has been absolutely tearing it up. The defense has been unbelievable. The defensive front has been playing better than I think a lot of people realize. At the linebacker level, Devin Lloyd is having an all-pro type of a season. And then when you just look at the last month of the year, they have by far the best coverage grade of any team in the NFL because of the takeaways that they've been able to generate and how they've been shutting teams down in the passing game. To me, for the Jags, it comes down to one thing. Can they run the football well enough? They are not only back half of the league, but also bottom 10, sometimes bottom 5 in total team rushing grade, EPA per rush, missed tackles forced per attempt, all of these metrics that you would love to be higher on to have an effective and efficient running game, they are much, much, much lower. But if they can take out Josh Allen, that to me is just going to be such a boost to this team that I think that they make the run to the Super Bowl. I think they are that talented.
I like the take. He is the lead NFL draft analyst for Pro Football Focus, kind enough to join us to preview this weekend's games and talk about Seattle's chances to get to a Super Bowl. He is Trevor Sikkema. Trevor, I really hope the Seahawks have pick 32 in April, but either way, tell us we can get you back on in the spring to preview the draft.
Absolutely. You know, that's my bread and butter as well. So I would love to come on and talk about if Seattle's picking at number 32, you know, what they're going to do to defend their Super Bowl and make their team even better for next year. I would love to come back on.
Fantastic. We'll talk to you then. Bye, Trevor.
Thanks, Trev.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. With former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, Bump. What's your game to watch this weekend?
Naturally, Rams against the Panthers. I'm really looking forward to that one. Why? Because can the Panthers dig deep? Can they do something that no one expects them to do and beat the Rams twice. And I'm looking at the Rams, and there's opportunity because Matthew Stafford has not been playing his best football as of late, even though the homie Trev says, look, he's still my MVP because he breaks the season down into thirds, okay?
Yeah.
I get it. I'm not mad at that. I wouldn't be mad if Matthew Stafford won that thing. But Adams is going to be back. Can Bryce Young throw for 300 yards like he did last time? Can they get a score on defense? It's going to take so much for the Panthers to get this done, but I'm a hater. I'm a Rams hater. I'm from L.A., and I hate the Rams. And all my homies who are back there who are L.A. Rams, I got love for you, but I hate your team. And I got love for McVay. I think he's great. I got love for Matthew Stafford. I appreciate the Rams for who they are, but obviously we want them to lose. I'm going to be up. I'm going to be waiting. Saturday, popcorn. My son has a soccer game. He might not be going to his game because we're going to sit down and watch this L.A. Rams game. I think I know what's going to happen here, but if the Panthers give me just a glimpse of hope, I'm taking it.
Second down. Who's played well, but will have to sit next week when the Hawks play?
Your boy Jonathan Jones, a.k.a. Josh Jones, man.
Yeah.
He's been playing some good
For anyone
football.
who doesn't know, I kept calling him Jonathan on accident. Bum's making fun of me.
He's been playing some good football, man. But you just signed Charles Cross. He's the guy. He's going to be here for the next 4 or 5 seasons, and he deserves his spot. You never lose it due to injury. At least that's what most coaches say. But Josh Jones has been playing well. And if I don't know what his contract situation is, but if he's able to test the market this offseason, he'll test it and he'll get an opportunity. Because I think he's shown that he can be a starter in this league. He's done a great job filling in for Charles Cross. But unfortunately, he's going to have to sit.
Yeah. Third down. What does Arroyo being healthy mean for the Seahawks?
It gives you just another option down the field. Like, football is about matchups. You want to get yourself offensively in favorable matchups, and that's something that Arroyo can do. He's good against nickels, against safeties, but I don't think he's not going to be relied upon, though. You know what I mean? He's been out for so long that you're going to give Saubert his run. Of course, you're going to give A.J. Barner his run as well. But the skill set that he brings to the table just allows you to have another option down the field. He's got a couple catches over 30 or 25, 30 yards, right? We've seen flashes of what he can do. And I think he'll get his fair share of snaps, but you got to roll with what's been getting you there. That's A.J. Barner and Eric Saubert.
What have you made of the tight end? This isn't one of your questions, but what have you made of the tight end usage in general this year? I know during the offseason you were like, hey, I'd love to see them incorporated more.
I think they've done a great job. I think A.J. Barner next year is going to thrust himself into the top 10 or maybe even top 5 when it comes to tight ends. I think Saubert, who has made one of the clutchest catches of all time. Has done his thing. He's great in the block game as well. No, I love it, man. I love when they get out there and 12 personnel do their thing.
Fourth down. We were joined earlier by Pro Football Focus NFL analyst Trevor Sikkema. Anything stand out from that conversation?
Yeah, he says, look, he has confidence in Sam Darnold. I think I do too. As long as you have realistic expectations, that's the key with Sam Darnold. Have realistic expectations, and he can live with one turnover. I think him and I are on the same page when it comes to that. And I love the way he described Nick Imamwari. Like, if he were to go to a team that just made him play one position, then I think that some flaws would emerge a bit more often. But because you're able to move him around, play safety, play nickel, play linebacker, walk down to the line of scrimmage, it just allows him to use all of his attributes. Like, why would you have this player that can do so many things and force him just to be one? I think that's probably the best thing that Mike Macdonald has done this year with personnel is move him around and allow him to use all of his attributes because he's at the combine, freaking laser, jump, run, all of that good stuff. So why not let him loose and let him roam? And that's what Mike Macdonald has done.
Such an unbelievable pick.
Yeah.
Just in general, the personnel, the step forward personnel-wise, and then making the most of that personnel.
Yeah.
Also key. Probably not coincidental that it's on defense. But it wasn't long ago we were like, hey, you traded for Jimmy Graham, but you're not using Jimmy Graham. It can be so frustrating when you've got this really cool weapon and it feels like it's not being exploited. Yeah. So it's really awesome.
That's what I'm waiting for Arroyo. I feel like that. Like, they're not using them. They're not using them, but I feel like there's still more there.
Like, there's more. All right, coming up in the timeline, more news on the Damon Williams situation. Plus, the Seahawks held their rookie dinner. We'll tell you the tab.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Saubert with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed.
The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. IRGPT.com.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
A little over a day removed from Damon Williams' decision to enter the transfer portal, we've got another twist to the story. Here's the latest. His agent, Doug Hendrickson, who, Curtis, you noted, also is the agent of Jedd Fisch, correct?
Yes.
Announced that he is dropping Williams as a client. Hendrickson posted, he made the announcement himself, posting, "I have made the decision to end my representation of Damon Williams Jr. effective immediately due to philosophical differences. Damon is an incredible talent, and we wish him and his family the best in their future endeavors." He definitely sought whatever deal he has without his agent, right? That's what this means?
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. That was the question yesterday was, all right, man, you get the same agent as the head coach. Why would this agent make this deal? And my angle was, if the agent did make this deal, he found a loophole and said, I'm going to get my guy out of here. But at what cost? You're sacrificing your relationship with Jedd Fisch, who probably is going to make you more money in the long run than this young man is. So I think he did the right thing. If you have a client and you guys aren't on the same page and he's making moves without consulting you, then it's all about integrity. And now his integrity, Doug's integrity, looked like it was in jeopardy.
Well, and like not only that, but I also presumably don't get a cut of whatever you're working out here. Like, what? That's not the whole point of having an agent, is you work out these deals with me. Curtis, what was the tea about the other name potentially involved here, or the other guy?
Yeah, a guy by the name of, I think it's Carnell Landers, who was involved in steering Nico Iamaleava from Tennessee, the quarterback, last year to UCLA, and that was done pretty late in the offseason. I think that was done after spring ball, if I'm not mistaken. And so maybe there's that was Pete Thamel of ESPN who wrote that, by the way, that this Carnell Landers fella has been involved in both situations. Now, Landers denies any involvement here with Damon Williams and his decision to enter the portal, but it's pretty clear that they have some kind of relationship, some kind of connection. So
very weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Dirty
Next
stuff.
up, the Seahawks held their annual rookie dinner last night. You can probably guess the price tag was staggering. Nicky Manwari posted the receipt to his Instagram story. I'm going to give everyone 10 seconds to just kind of imagine for a rookie dinner what the price might be. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Congratulations if you guessed $22,524.
I need to find out how much Nicky Manwari is making this year. Like, what does that feel like? I know obviously he can afford it, but just how much does that hit?
So,
I think they split it amongst the rookie class.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, like Raible and Imanwari have the highest salaries.
And they got
I would
millions
assume,
of dollars.
Right? I'm like, so you guys are doing this, right?
Yeah.
Imanwari's base salary this year, $840,000, had a $1.2 million signing bonus.
All right, he's good.
Yeah, he's fine.
He's good. I'm sure he has some incentives too along the way.
Among the items on the menu, a lot of Hennessy, double cognac, alcohol always drives it up, Don Julio, etc. But I personally love 6 strawberry lemonades and a chocolate mousse cake.
Hey, let me
I
tell
hope that
you.
was one person.
Let me tell you one thing. When you see Henny on that receipt, you know the delegation is there. All right, that is. I drank so much Henny in college.
Yeah.
If I smell it now,
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw up.
Let me tell you what, when you look at that receipt and you see a White Claw, and you see a Moscow Mule, and you see a fun little a sparkling wine, Of course, you got just a bunch of steak. It's steak and alcohol. That's
Yeah.
exactly what's driving this up. But
Yeah.
I just love that someone was like, "Let me get this chocolate mousse."
We had a
that looks delicious."
receivers dinner when I was a rookie, and we went to Daniel's, and they're saying, "Hey, young receivers, you guys got to take care of the bill." And I saw that bill.
What was it?
It was like $15,000, right?
And
I
which,
saw the
keep in
bill.
mind, 2000.
And this 08. Okay, I'm league minimum. Okay. And I looked at Bobby Ingram. He says, "Don't worry about it, Bump. I got your share." I'm like, "Thank you, Bobby. Thank you."
So he didn't even
I was the
have
poorest person in there.
So he didn't have you pay it all?
Heck no, he took care of me.
Shout out to Bobby.
Bobby is a real one.
Very, very cool. Next up, we thought there would be no controversy over Myles Garrett's single-season sack record. After all, why would there be? It's cool. However, Hall of Famer Jared Allen actually presented a compelling case for why he should share the record with Garrett. Now listen, in 2011, that's true, Allen finished with 22 sacks, which is a half sack behind Michael Strahan's record. But video evidence of a game against the Packers shows Allen probably should have been credited with another sack. Cut number 7, he explains.
The reality is I hold the 23 sack record. It's 23. Not TJ Watt at 22 and a half at 17 games, and not Michael Strahan. It's facts are facts. It's on film. I sacked Aaron Rodgers. They took it from me on Wednesday and called it a team sack. But if you go back to that Monday Night Football game, Aaron Rodgers got the ball, went to step up in the pocket, drops the ball, picks it back up. He can still throw the ball. I chase him down, tackle, sack. Give it to me. That's 2 sacks for the game. Wednesday, they take it back, called it a muff, and gave it a team sack. Well, I'm part of the team. I'm the one that physically tackled him, so I should at least get half of that, right? But yeah, if you go back and look, I physically sacked Aaron Rodgers for my 23rd, would have been my 23rd sack. I had 23 quarterback on the ground that year, and they took it from me.
Look, honestly, he's not wrong. Should it be mentioned right now? I don't know. Even Aaron Rodgers, though, cut 8, agrees with him.
Hey, Jared, it's Aaron Rodgers. You are the all-time single-season sack leader. I don't care what the numbers say, because that phantom bull sack they took away from you would give you the record. So in my book, and probably in most Vikings fans' books, you're the all-time single-season sack leader, my friend.
I mean, tied now with Myles Garrett. Bump, if you have a thought, I encourage you to share it.
I'm trying to find the video so I don't sound like a dummy right now.
Well, how about this? Let's say he's right. Let's say you see the video and you're like, yeah, that's a sack. Well, okay.
I mean, I get it because, look, records are, I mean, he's immortal. You know, Myles Garrett is immortal. And so is Jared Allen. Jared Allen's one of the best pass rushers that I've seen growing up. And if he feels that way, then he feels that way. But the NFL doesn't recognize it. That's just what it is. It's like I think Des Bryant caught that football against the Packers. The NFL didn't recognize it as a catch. It's not a catch.
True.
It is what it is. So I'm looking at it right now. Okay. He drops the ball, picks it up, and, they tripped it. That's a sack.
He was robbed.
That's a sack. I'm with you, Jared. That's why I had to wait till I saw it because I didn't want to be wrong.
Curtis, when did this audio come out? Was it after Garrett's
I think
record?
it was before Myles Garrett set the sack record.
Okay.
So it was definitely
he's not.
The video of Aaron Rodgers is him in a Steelers uniform, so it had to have come from this season.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's right.
Wow, he's absolutely
But now
right.
Myles Garrett has tied him because he'd be at 23, right? He finished with 22.
Still holding the record, though.
Yeah.
Let's
no,
sign
he
the
should...
petition. Let's get this going. You've been robbed, Jared.
I like how you went from, come on now, to like, we need a change.org something. We need to do something here. We need to do
Somebody
something.
do something because this is. How did they not count
Famous
that
near
as a
Seahawks.
sack? That's blatant. I thought there'd be like other people around them.
And they took it back later.
That's crazy.
Yeah, midweek they took it away.
Yes. Imagine that you think well, that wasn't the 23rd, was it? But imagine you think you got a sack, and then Wednesday you hear, oh, we actually corrected that?
You go the whole weekend thinking you're the sack king.
Well, and then, wait, so if it's a team sack, am I the only member of the team that doesn't, what?
Well, in the video, he was the only guy that even touched Aaron Rodgers.
That's it.
There's no one else.
I don't know why this was done.
That is crazy.
I know.
If y'all go look it up, listeners, it's ridiculous.
Okay. Next up, Ole Miss continues their college football playoff run tonight in the Fiesta Bowl, and their coaching staff continues to juggle time spent with the Rebels and their new staff at LSU. ACC Network analyst Jimbo Fisher in Cut 9 ripped Lane Kiffin for putting his assistants in the spot.
It's selfish. That's what it is. It's stupid.
And because here's why I say that. He wanted to coach and thought he didn't get his way. So everybody get on the plane with me, you don't have a job. All right? And he makes them all go. Then he gets down there and takes a PR hit because it looks bad that you really don't care about the kids. Then he says, okay, you can go back. But here's where he screwed up.
He thought they were going to lose.
He thought they were going to lose to Georgia, and then the portal thing was all over with, and it was going to be all over with. And he said, "Oh, I'll look like a hero." Yeah. Now he's got egg on his face because the real lane came back out. You know what I'm saying? And if those guys were allowed to coach the first game, they should be allowed to coach it because those kids are doing something.
Yeah.
That you get one time in your life to ever do.
Literally.
With that team and those guys one time. And as a coach. Listen, I know I've left a job. I get that. But if you took them on and said they're never coming back, that's fine. You set the rules of the game. You don't change the rules in the middle of the game. And as a coach, it's hurting the kids, and it pisses me off.
He's not wrong.
He ain't wrong.
He's not wrong. If you were going to let him stay, then let him stay there, see this through. But the reason that you thought you could get away with it is you thought, well, I'll let them stay, and then they'll lose.
Yeah.
But because I didn't, take my assistance yet. He's exactly right.
Lane ain't looking too good, man.
No, he's
Lane ain't
not.
looking too good. But you know what? I think that his personality and his way of doing things is perfect for LSU.
College football.
Yeah, it's perfect. Like LSU is gonna let him do whatever the heck he wants to do. He can be as brash as he wants to. He's in the perfect place, I think, for his personality.
How long do we think Lane lasts at LSU? And I don't say that to discredit Lane, but more so it's just the nature of college football. Is most guys eventually get fired.
He'll get 5 or 6.
5 or 6. That's a good run.
Yeah, it is.
That really is.
Yep.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know. Any question, anything top of mind, text it now, 866-979-3776.
Are people ready, Brock?
Brock and Salk.
Playoff football back in Seattle? It's been a while.
Morning 6 to 10.
Since we've had like the full deal, everybody full-throated, as loud as it gets.
Being in the building for their last home game to beat the Rams, and that place that night, took me back to the Green Bay NFC title game. It had that kind of juice in the building. Yeah, I think the folks will be ready.
Only on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
For those diagnosed with anxiety, depression, or PTSD, Northwest Ketamine Clinics wants you to know hope exists. A recent patient, Evan, details his experience.
Every day was a struggle. I was constantly throughout my life researching what are new ways, are there any breakthroughs for depression, anxiety, these things. And at some point I started to read a few things about ketamine. I probably read every single thing on the website multiple times.
Northwest Ketamine Clinics defines success as a reduction in symptoms by 50% or more. Over a 3-week period, 86% of their patients are successful.
When I arrived at the clinic, it was just a beautiful, peaceful, quiet place. As I saw that healing and growth could take place, and as I put the energy into it, I just saw so many things change in my life.
Welcome to the Pacific Northwest's most experienced ketamine center. Book a free phone or video consult at nwketamineclinics.com. Healing starts here.
Winter's here, Seattle. Is your roof ready? Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Let us make your roofing project easy this winter. Our certified crews deliver worry-free installations backed by industry-leading warranties, even in the rainy season. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey everyone, did you hear? Seattle U took down the Huskies and the Cougs. Up next is a huge game for state bragging rights. Seattle U versus Gonzaga on January 17th at Climate Pledge Arena. Go to seattleu.com/tickets. Red Hawks rising.
At Bible Law Group, our team reflects the same lessons learned by our founder, James Bible, while playing for legendary Husky coach Don James. Coach James always said it's amazing what gets done when nobody claims credit. That's the philosophy we carry into every case, because your victory is what matters at Bible Law Group. When your legal problems hit biblical levels and you feel like you're stuck in a lion's den of litigation, you need a legal team that won't back down. At Bible Law, we've secured over $40 million in settlements for our clients, and we're ready to fight for you. Find us online at BibleLawGroup.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
It's What I Need to Know. Get your questions in now. 866-979-3776. What I Need to Know, says our first texter. Which NFC team outside of the Rams are you most afraid to see in the playoffs? P.S. I completely cleaned my chicken wing bones yesterday just to spite Stacy's take. And flats are better. Oh, awful.
Dang.
Awful on both takes. Drumettes are better, but also boneless wings are the best.
Nuggets, huh?
No.
That's all they are. They're nuggets.
Boneless wings.
Nuggets.
They're boneless wings.
Look, I like the easy way, but that's too easy.
Nuggets are flatter and shaped different.
I'm going to get you dino
Boneless
nuggets
wings
for your birthday.
found naturally on the planet. Which NFC teams outside of the Rams would you say, like, I don't love this matchup? Or, like,
probably
I'm all
Philly.
nervous? Yeah.
Philly, just because their defense is good, and they've been there, done that.
I have Seahawks-Eagles in the conference championship.
Yeah, I think I do, too.
I think it'll be Rams, but I picked
Actually,
Eagles in our bracket.
I picked Rams, actually.
Yeah. Curtis, is there one outside of Philly, or are you agreeing on Philly?
Yeah. I mean, just because they've been there before. Packers don't really do it for me. I think the Bears are probably a year away from true contention. So yeah, it's the Eagles.
What I need to know: who's got the best snack/lunch game at the office? Curtis.
Probably Curtis.
Brenna.
Thank you.
makes
Yeah.
really good food.
I don't eat lunch.
I've got some.
Curtis always has something.
Curtis be walking in and be like,
just spaghetti.
What is that?
Yeah, no big deal. Just pasta. Oh, just homemade cookies.
I'm just going to walk over with a fork one day.
Can Brenna make us lunch? We're just
I've got
standing
some
over your shoulder.
Instant Pot pork chops waiting for me in the
See, like
fridge right now.
That's wild. Yeah, it's really unfair. What I need to know, am I naive to think that Clint, AD, and Jay Harbaugh might want to stay here and build a real champion dynasty with John and Mike? I can't bear the thought of them leaving.
I don't think you're naive, but I think that it's unlikely. I think they will give it a good thought and weigh their options out, and Mike will try to sell them on this, but I think at least one of them are gone.
Someone said, what are the top 10 football movies? But I think that's a lot to list. So just what's the best football movie? I'm sorry to edit your question.
The Program.
That's a good one.
That's
That
my
is a really
favorite,
good
at
one.
least, The
I know
Program.
that that's your favorite. Probably Any Given Sunday. Yeah.
It's a bit much. I was a little too young to
Willie
be watching
Beeman.
that. You were like, I was in 9th grade, so you were like in 5th grade
I
watching
watched
that?
it. No, I watched it for the first time as an adult in like
Okay.
high school. No, I think I was like 18, 19.
I used to watch that before all my freshman football games.
253. Will they ever throw a deep ball to Shaheed? I want more Shaheed.
I want them to do what the defense tells them to do. And if Shaheed got them beat, you go ahead and do that.
I would, in general, like to see, and this would be like a dream situation. This is like broken coverage. You can't plan it. But I would like to see Shaheed just in space downfield. Because just one of those moments that you kind of pictured when the trade was made. Yes, you thought about special teams impact, but in my mind, I thought of like I don't want to say a Tyreek Hill moment, but just a moment where you're like, got him.
Yeah.
I imagined that moment with Shaheed, where it's like, it doesn't matter who's close, he's going to outrun him.
Yeah.
So I would love that.
I love it too.
You know, it's like a 45-yard bomb. Yeah, pretty cool. What I need to know, what is the correct, this is insane. What's the correct order for pouring cereal? Is it cereal then milk or milk then cereal?
If you're
Who on this
pouring milk
planet?
first, you're crazy.
Sure.
It's going to splash everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you're tripping.
That's insane.
It's always cereal first. Then you get to mess with the levels of milk you want, you know?
Never in my life, in my entire life, have I met someone who puts milk first. The only thing I can think is that the cereal on the top will not have been touched by milk, so maybe it's really crispy, but that's
You can still keep it crispy, just pour less milk in there.
that's an insane. I don't know where you learned that. I don't. That's like you see someone tie their shoes and they do it in a way where you're like, where'd you learn?
How you do that?
Who taught you that?
Somebody did something in the gym
aliens?
yesterday. I had to walk over to him like, where did you learn that?
What was it? Just
It
some
was-
kind of move or
You
something?
know, like the pull-up machine that assists you from the bottom? So he wasn't using the pull-up machine. He was just stepping on the weighted part as like, you know, kind of like driving his foot in the
so
ground.
he was going a little out of left field with
I
it,
was
but
like-
a little creative.
I told him, I go, when you see me do that,
Yeah.
you know I got it from you.
Just know that that's what it is. Someone said my wife does this. Divorce. I mean, I don't.
Divorce.
I'm just
Gosh.
kidding. Let's see. Someone said I pour creamer in then my coffee. I think that's fine.
Creamer then coffee?
Mhm.
Never done that.
I think that that's something to do if you don't have anything to stir your creamer with, in my opinion.
makes sense.
Yeah. What I need to know. I believe that if Seattle wins the Super Bowl, they will lose some coaches.
Yeah.
But I believe if they don't, they'll stay for at least one more year.
You're losing a coach.
Yeah, I think you're going to lose
At least
someone.
one.
But it's okay because there are also lots of candidates around the league for other things.
If Kubiak goes,
Like-
you must get Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
Man, having Mike McDaniel and Mike McDonald on the same coaching staff, that's going to be
it
so
took me-
confusing.
It took me weeks not to mess up their names. And now I have to relearn it all over again. What I need to know. Let's see. I've got a couple Kubiak songs, more movies, top movies. Which Seahawk, maybe all time, has the best nickname? My vote is Big Cat.
Big Cat's a good one.
I mean, Beast Mode is pretty iconic, where it was like commercials.
Yeah. I don't know.
If we're talking all time, Pork Chop Womack.
Pork Chop. I played with
Yeah.
Pork Chop.
All great choices.
Juice. Julius Jones. Juice.
I was gonna say, did OJ play? That's not the one I was thinking of. What I need to know. Is it too early to let Pete Carroll raise the flag?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the wounds are still a little fresh.
I mean, I think that he's mature enough to have love and support for lots of people, but this is like asking your ex to officiate your wedding.
Dang.
It's just a little tough. You know what I mean? It's like, thank you for the honor. I can tell that you really appreciated it, but like.
Also, this is Mike McDonald's first home playoff game.
Yeah.
I don't think he wants the guy he replaced.
I know Pete's won a
lording
Super Bowl
over.
before, so he's actually done it. That's the difference.
Has John
still gotta
Schneider
work
ever
towards it,
raised a 12 flag? I don't think he has.
I don't know that he.
I don't think he should.
Yeah, I don't know that he.
Look at me. Look at me.
I think the cool thing is when it's like, well, look at me, typical John. I know that I think former players, I stand by they should have the Mariners as a team do it. Or not as an entire team, but get like 10 or 11 guys out there. 10, 11 guys.
Too many.
No.
Just too many hands on the
Not enough. You need Julio,
flag.
Cal, JP, Josh Naylor. Maybe even just Josh Naylor. Coming back
I'd
to
be down
Seattle,
for
raise the
that.
flag. I'd be very down for that. I think that's a good idea, Stacy. Thank you. Coming up next, Dave Wyman joins us for the huddle.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Sala is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
If you're watching football this weekend, you know how it goes. Somebody's always hungry by the first quarter. So call Pizza Hut and get the Big New Yorker for just $10. Our biggest pizza for the biggest games. These slices are huge, like use 2 hands and fold it huge. Feed your crew and order ahead at pizzahut.com or in the app. Pizza Hut!
Ask for limited time offer. Prices, participation, and availability may vary. Additional charge for extra toppings, max 3, and extra cheese. Taxes, tip, and delivery fee not included.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bowo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass, and sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
All right, we have an extension to talk about for Charles Cross coming up in 15 minutes. Before we get to it, let's look back at that regular season finale win over the San Francisco 49ers. Dave, an excellent showing for the defense, who held an offense that had been averaging 42 points over their last 3 games to a field goal. What'd they do so well?
Yeah, it's amazing. I think the open field tackling has been on point, very good. This last few weeks especially. And then they're just swarming, and they're playing with so much confidence. And when you know exactly what your assignment is, and you're locked in on that, that allows you to play faster. And that's what's going on. They're really coming together. Everybody knows. You saw that one free shot where there was like 9 defensive players around the tackle. I mean, that
swarming.
That's what you're seeing from them. So yeah, I think defensively, that's been the key. Obviously, great talent, good players, guys like Nicky Manwari and Spoon, but Spoon has he's done his job and everything, but he doesn't have like a big stat sheet going on. But if you ask most people around the league, they're like, he's one of the most dynamic players that anywhere on defense in the NFL.
Yeah, Bump, you mentioned that. It's like you got to watch Spoon to get a real appreciation for what he does.
Yeah, on defense, it's kind of like with route running, right? You have combination routes, and if the spacing is all jacked up, if one person gets squeezed a bit too much, then it just messes up the whole concept because the space is all jacked up. Like with football, it's the same thing. It's like if someone doesn't set the edge and that guy can't fill the alley, this guy doesn't stay over the top, there's going to be gaps everywhere. And then if you don't rally to the football at the right angle, guys are going to be able to break loose. So sometimes you just being where you're supposed to be is going to allow someone else to make the play. And I think that's a lot of what this whole defense is doing, but Spoon as well.
Bump, let's let's head to offense. I saw very few criticisms about what the Seahawks were doing. Why would you? Finishing with 14 wins for the first time in franchise history. But if there was one thing I was seeing, it was, God, this 49ers defense was struggling, and you should have put up more points. But there were points left out there. I thought that this could have been a blowout. What did you see from the offense?
Yeah, we spoke to Trevor Sikkema earlier today, and he said that the 49ers run defense wasn't very good, and I kind of frowned. I'm like, nah, they were like number 6 at the time when the Hawks played.
They were good.
I think they're down to like 10 now because of the buck 50 that the Hawks put up. Oh, I forgot your question. What was it again?
Basically, I had felt like people were taking a little bit of credit away from the
Oh,
offense.
okay. Yeah.
For what was a fine
That's why I was
performance.
trying to set up
Yeah.
the Niners. Say, look, they're actually pretty good at this one thing, and the Hawks attacked it pretty well. No, it's listen, Winters went out early, Bethune went out. Those are their backup linebackers. I understand that. The defensive line isn't great, but I mean, you still played an NFL football team.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you still rushed for 150, and that was the thing that defense did best, was stop the run. So I don't care, man. As long as you get the W in this league, I'll take it.
That was a hard game to call because it felt dominant, like we were dominating them in every category except the score.
Yeah.
It was really tough. And you look, Sam Darnold, and I listened to the Manning cast when I got home. He didn't see Charbonnet over out on that 1st and goal. And then, and I'm sure somebody's beating themselves up about why not just run the barnyard down there. And then maybe that's a different game scoring wise. But I thought the 49er, they were number 6 against the run coming into that game. They were a scrappy group and they played tough. But I love what they're doing in the run game. And the Charbonnet touchdown I thought was just magical. I mean, so it's inside zone, both sides are play side. So Charbonnet can get the ball and, cut it back. And I asked somebody, was that a design cutback? But apparently both sides are play side. And A.J. Barner's block was phenomenal. And then Charbonnet, just that little hesitation that he gave the DB there, you could see him get his legs a little bit crossed up, beats him to the corner. So that was, you mentioned it, Bump. They ran for 180 yards. They're now averaging like 170 on in the last 3 games, and it's just perfect timing. They didn't give the ball away, and they got 180 yards on the ground. That's like a formula to win playoff games.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned averaging that much over their last 3. The Seahawks have, I think, 150 on the ground 5 times this season, and 4 of them are since week 10. So if you're going to look at the season as a whole, it's going to be impacted by those first 6, 7, 8 weeks when they just couldn't quite get the run going consistently. And if you isolate the last month or so, you can really see a complete team.
Yeah, what's cool about it is that they have always been top 5 in attempts. Yep. So they just, and Sam put them in, and their defense put them in a position where they could just keep chipping away at the run, and now it's just exploding. And so it's just perfect timing. I thought it was going to happen much earlier. But, because, a couple of times, especially the preseason game against Kansas City, I was like, oh, man, these guys are rolling. And then it kind of took a step backwards. But now, I mean, like I said, it's perfect timing. And those are the 2 stats I look at going into the playoffs is giveaways, which they've given the ball away a lot, but that was a good indicator, and then the run game.
I find that sometimes I'm more convinced of a team when I watch it as though I'm rooting against them. So when I cover a team and I care whether or not they win, you start naturally looking at the things that could cost them, right? Like a risk prevention thing. Oh God, I hope those turnovers don't show up. But if you watch this game and like pretend you don't care if the Seahawks win or pretend you're rooting for the 49ers, you realize how suffocating they feel. Think about it. On the 49ers' single best drive of the game, they got all the way to their 6-yard line when Drake Thomas picks them off. If I were a 49ers fan, I'd be going, you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You can't do anything against this team.
No, that's right. I mean, that was such a timely takeaway. And then, Boye got the tip. And then, Christian McCaffrey did the right thing, said, oh, man, I should have had that. But I'm sure that's tough. That's always tough for a receiver when you have a tipped ball. And I want to say Kobe Bryant caught a tipped ball for an interception this year. And that's really hard to do. So, but, I mean, for Drake, he just put his hands out. And that, I feel like they got a bunch of guys whose minds work really fast. Like Witherspoon. Like, if there's an open field tackle situation, it's inevitable. He's going to make the tackle. His brain just works faster than everybody else. And I see that same thing out of Julian Love, Nicky Manwari, and Drake Thomas.
Bump, is there anything the Seahawks proved or anything a specific player on the Seahawks proved?
And
it could be the outsiders.
Sam proved that he can take care of the football. I mean, he played the game that was needed to win that ball game. I don't think the Seahawks proved anything. Honestly, I think they just continue to do their own thing, because if they proved anything, then the national media would pick them to be Super Bowl winners, but they're rolling with the Rams for the most part. But I like that. Don't keep praising the Rams. Keep doing your thing, and the Hawks will go to work as usual.
Feels like there's a little bit of goalpost moving there sometimes, and I know that every organization, right, Rams radio, everyone's going to be doing this, which is what we're doing right now, where you go, come on, they're obviously the favorite. But I remember hearing conversations that, well, if the Seahawks got the run going, look out. Yeah. Then there's nothing they couldn't do. They've gotten the run going. And I think there's still a lack of faith. It's hard not to think that people are looking at, maybe it's a new head coach, something they haven't seen in a while. I mean, they haven't had the one seed since 2014. But more blatantly, I think it's Sam Darnold. And just people tend to trust what they know in the playoffs. They look at Matthew Stafford and Josh Allen, even for the Bills, even though they have a questionable run defense. So, I don't know. I think, do you guys sense that? Just some goalpost moving in general when it comes to believing in Seattle?
Yeah, I mean, I think for Darnold, the expectations were, I mean, it was the first 8 or 9 weeks. I don't want to say he was getting lucky, but I mean, he was throwing the ball into some really tight windows. We kind of focused in yesterday on our show about the one throw to Arroyo against the Commanders, where the guy moved his hand at the last second and then it opened up and Arroyo I mean, he was getting, I'm not saying lucky, okay, but those windows start to close in the NFL. And so for Sam, he was, you know, and I know that a lot of the focus is going to be on him, and it seems like he can't do anything right now other than win a Super Bowl to get people to, you know, really believe in him. But, yeah, I mean, I think he set a really high standard starting with the Pittsburgh game. And then it just kind of, you know, popped off a little bit. But, I mean, he did a great job of taking care of the ball. And as long as they can have that rely on that run game, he's not going to have to take a bunch of chances and make some of those tight window throws.
Still to come, a big contributor this season for Seattle. Ty Okada is going to join us at 12:30. Coming up next, it might be a bye week for the Seahawks, but they still made a big move.
Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. Brock Eward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
So they got a bye week now, Brock. What do they do?
Obviously, you have the 4 opponents, Salk. You face 3 of them this year and 2 of them twice this year. You're going to get to do a lot of watching and a lot of resting. And most importantly, these guys are going to get healthy, Salk. And I would expect when they do practice the following week, when we get an injury report, that it's going to be very, very light.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Charles Cross, a key piece of the Seahawks offense that's arriving as a first-round pick in 2022, secured his future in Seattle by signing a multi-year contract extension on Tuesday. We're going to talk about the impact of getting Cross back, about what this offensive line has looked like this year, and again, finding a new foundation, a new nucleus for this team. First, cut 10. Here's what Charles had to say about staying in Seattle and the continuity on the offensive line.
I'm very excited about it. Just the O-line room, like the guys in there, like they're great guys. I feel like everyone has, built a great rapport with one another, and like we just one big brotherhood, and just continue to grow and get better from week to week, and go on from year to year.
And in cut 12, why Seattle's important to him.
I was drafted here. The teammates, the team, the camaraderie that we have, the relationships and the bonds, it means the world to me.
Bump, I'll start with you for this one. Just how important is it to find someone long-term for an offensive line that's had so many ups and downs and new faces?
Offensive linemen are the hardest position to find in football. It's hard to find a 6'5", 300-something pound dude who can move and for the most part stay healthy and just be locked in. You hear the way McDonald talks about Cross his preparation. You know that has a special place in his heart, man. And I know he hasn't been a Pro Bowler, and I think a lot of fans kind of place a lot of value on that, but it's about, can you do what we're asking you to do? Because to stand out as an offensive lineman and become a Pro Bowler is tough. Once you get one, then you're kind of just ushered in every single year. Like Trent Williams, probably, I don't know.
They just hold the door open for you.
Yeah.
They're welcome.
Yep. Here you go.
I took 10 snaps. Come on in.
Yeah. So no, it's all about evaluation within the building. They found value in him. I see value in him, and I think it's important that you keep guys like Charles Cross.
Wyman, before we get to just a Cross conversation, do you feel like the offensive line in general maybe deserves even more credit this year than they're getting?
Yeah, I think especially, this development of the run game. I called it the other day. There was a back-to-back runs, and one of them was the Charbonnet touchdown. I think it was 27 yards, but then there was a 20-yard run by K9. And what it looks like to me is like a broken picket fence. So not only are you getting, blocks on the line of scrimmage, and the defense wants to build like a fence, but it's like you're getting like Jalen Sundell on that run of K9 inside, he's creating space, not only horizontally, but depth-wise. So that, and K9 is awesome in those situations where he just kind of runs through and weaves through and finds, different openings. And that's what they're getting done. And Jalen Sundell's block, I mean, he was out like 6 yards on the linebacker, like right away. And so, yeah, I mean, they're really getting it done. I think offensive line is the most misunderstood, position group. But yeah, with Charles, I mean, I think a lot of it, what we heard is about who he is as a teammate, and that's become like a big deal. And I think some people are like, ooh, who cares if he's a good guy? Especially on offensive line, you've got to have good, solid people. And you look at that draft with Cross, Mafe, Walker, Lucas, Kobe Bryant, Reek Woolen, Derek Young. I mean, they've just been hitting it out of the park.
I mean, shoot, you look back at the last couple classes and you go, you've gotten some real starters here. Imanwari and Raible from this year. There are others, obviously, but you've gotten contributors out of the last several classes, 3, maybe 4 now, which is just absolutely massive. Bump, what's it mean to have a leader at left tackle? I know that sounds like a silly question. We can think of all-time left tackles, one of them being a Seattle Seahawk, but again, this offensive line has been so inconsistent over the last decade plus.
Yeah, it's the most cohesive unit on a football team. Those guys love each other, and when you keep them together, I mean, you sign Abe, you sign Cross, you got Raible for a while. I don't know what Sundell's contract looks like, but it's like they're slowly gluing this line together, right? You still got some questions in a spot or two. You want to see how that develops, but I think as of right now, you have 3 for sures, 4 maybes, and a 5 we shall see. So it's like they're slowly starting to mold this offensive line. So no, it's inevitable, man. I knew once they signed Abe, they had to sign.
And you know what's good about this too is all those conversations that the 3 of us have on our respective shows all year long about got to be better against the run, and then you got to be better and let the pass game really develop. It always comes back to the offensive line, and you feel repetitive saying like, well, you got to shore up the line. But that's ultimately what this is about. I mean, Dave, you talked about that run game taking off. I know part of it is still Walker. It's the scheme. It's getting the right looks defensively. But are you also seeing improvement up front leading to that?
Yeah, I mean, how many teams in the NFL, first of all, have all 5 where there's no complaints, right? I mean, we have 2, right? The obviously Raible, solid. We get the 2 tackles, and it looks like Sundell is coming along, and then Bradford. I mean, he is what he is. I mean, you see him these feats of strength where he throws a dude down who's 350 pounds with one arm, and so you're getting, big plays out of him. Now there are times where he's just kind of jogging downfield, and it's kind of interesting. But when he creates a lot of just chaos, So, but yeah, I mean, you got 3 guys that that you're going to have for a really long time, and again, offensive line, the most misunderstood position group in football, and they look really good. I mean, you can count on the 2 tackles and Raible, but that other spot, it's not like it's locked down. But you see a lot of good things out of those 2 guys.
I'm glad you mentioned that being a misunderstood group. Bump, not only did you play football, you've coached football, you've been a coordinator, you know football, you watch film all the time. I watch you. I think you're a sicko. You have an addiction. You constantly are watching on your tablet. But even you will say there's stuff I still learn about the offensive line.
All the time, because I never played that position, and I think it's easier for people to learn the perimeter game because it's wide open. Like you can see spacing and all that. Yeah. When it comes to offensive linemen, there's so many adjustments and angles, and a coach might block this play one way, he might block it the other way. That's the most fun I've had is once I understood what the O-line was doing. Before that, I'm kind of just guessing, right? I didn't really start understanding the offensive line until I got to the NFL, and I'm sitting in the room with the offensive linemen. We're doing our install, and I'm like learning what they're doing, and then just coaching the position. I coach the position, so you have to learn it there. So yeah, it's the hardest position to learn in football because most people aren't linemen. Most people can't identify with offensive linemen and say, all right, I want to do that. Most linemen are forced to be offensive linemen anyway. They want to be tight ends and running backs or whatnot. So I think it's fun. I encourage anybody, man, watch a YouTube video. It can be just some basic offensive line stuff, man. If you watch a 10-minute video once a week on offensive line play, the game will just look different for you.
Well,
You're right. He is a sicko.
Yeah, he is. Constantly.
He
Just
loves watching offensive line
golf
play.
and watching film. It's
That's
just
right.
his bumps passions. Right tackle Abe Lucas signed that contract extension in September. The rest of the starting line is made up of young players, including obviously 2025 first-round pick Raible. Extending Cross gives the Seahawks a chance for some continuity up front, but also, guys, there's a young group throughout this team. I think, and I'm curious what you guys think for our last 2 minutes here, it feels like one of the really exciting things about this season is not just the Seahawks getting 14 wins and being the #1 seed. It's that you're looking at a team with answers for a few years that's growing and developing. This isn't like, oh God, I hope the Steelers get it done with Aaron Rodgers and, you know, a couple of 30-year-olds. This is a team that has young pieces that are really exciting.
Yeah, Schneider, I mean, there's lots of talk this year about him being executive of the year, but you're right. I mean, you go back and look at the last 3 drafts. I mean, Devin Witherspoon and JSN.
Same class.
Charbonnet in that same draft. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. They have answers for, you know, a lot of, you know, I think that you could possibly develop Christian Haynes as a guard, you know, if it doesn't work out with AB. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. That's a good way to put it. I mean, the way that they've done it in the draft, and not just the draft, it's also, you know, getting Leonard Williams.
With new extensions for those guys.
Yeah, and then, you know, trading away Geno and getting Sam Darnold in here. I mean, he's just been hitting home runs.
And bump that doesn't even, you know, Nick Emanwari. Like we're talking about the newest pieces that are here, right? With really evolving.
Yeah, they're putting together something that's sustainable, and that's what most football teams are trying to do.
Yeah. Another thing that's been really cool are some of the names we're talking about now that we were not. We were all talking about Nick Emanwari to start the season, and of course we were talking about Raible and some other picks we knew. I don't know how many people were talking about Okada, but he has made a splash this season. Bump talked to him, that interview coming your way next.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow!
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event. Powered by WFC, Friday night, February 6th. A night of professional boxing where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, February 6th at Emerald Queen Casino, the boxing capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-444-2013. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-444-2013. That's 800-444-2013 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
More than 4,000 women are diagnosed with breast cancer every year in Washington state. I'm Dr. Suzette Miranda with Northwest Hope and Healing. We provide a lifeline to breast and gynecologic cancer patients, and you can help us make a difference. Join us for Cork, Fork, and Support, an afternoon of wine tasting and inspiration on January 31st at Mary Hill Winery in Woodinville's Wine Country. Get your tickets now for Cork, Fork, and Support. Go to nwhopeandhealing.org to learn more.
Hey Hawk fans, Jake Bobo. Stormy weather is here. How's your roof holding up? Give Techline Roofing a call. With the strongest warranty in the business, Techline has you covered. That's Tekline, roofing.com. Trust Techline.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at cressydoor.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
Daniels with a shotgun snap. Blitz is coming. Daniels just wings it, and it comes down. It's picked up on the far sidelines. Did he keep his feet in? He did. It's Ty Okada reaching high. I think Daniels might have been trying to throw the ball away, and instead Okada intercepts it, and you can hear the cheers because there are so many Seahawks fans right behind the Seattle bench.
We are here now with safety Ty Okada. Ty showed up early, and Ty, I'm not surprised that you're here about 10 minutes early. That's just how you do things, huh?
Yeah, no doubt. Born and raised that way. You know, my parents instilled that into me at an early age, so appreciate you saying that.
Most definitely. Man, there was a time during the 49ers game where I felt watching, I go, yeah, they got him. Like, you kind of felt it. You know what I mean? I remember as a player having that feeling on the football field. When did you guys feel like, I know going in you were confident, but when did you guys feel like, yeah, we're about to get these dudes?
You know, we were making a lot of different stops. I think a lot of guys on the sideline were kind of talking about once they tried that trick play that didn't really work out too well for them. I think at that point it was like, man, if they're going to this stuff, this is kind of feel like that was a little bit of a moment of like, yeah, we're stopping them.
For sure. That was my thing too. When teams start pulling out trick plays, they get a little desperate. You know, they're trying to catch you off guard. You guys were able to hold Christian McCaffrey to like 53 total yards, man. That's tough to do. What was the game plan going in with him?
Oh man, just, you know, that's our defensive front doing what they do. Our linebackers and DBs just playing fast, swarm tackling. Game plan week in and week out, it's like, you know, we're going to stop the run, and that's, you know, we were able to do that successfully, so that helped a ton with our game plan overall.
I read an article that said that Coach did something different with you guys this offseason as far as bringing you guys together. And every clip that I watch, like on social media or whatnot, you can feel like you guys really like each other. What was done during the offseason that kind of helped build that bond?
I think it was just an emphasis that we put on our offseason program, really, and just like making sure we've got all the guys in, top to bottom, spending time with each other outside of football. It just was more of an emphasis for us, and I think everybody bought into it, which was great. Coach put together a great plan, and just really the way that we attacked the offseason, it it almost like from one teammate to another, you just gain such a larger respect for each individual because of the work you see that they're putting in on a day-to-day basis in the offseason.
I think there was a play. I want to say it was you and Drake Thomas lined up on the right side. I knew y'all were going. I'm like, yeah, they're about to get after this QB. And it made me think about just the journey that you guys have had. Two guys who were the special teams dude, but now play huge roles in this team. You guys ever talk about that? Like, man, look at us, man. We out here ballers on one of the best defenses in the league.
Yeah, no, it's funny. We have this thing called the Breakfast Club. It's Pat, Drake, and myself, and we're typically, three of the first people in the building, and we get here around 5:45, 6 a.m., and we sit there and we chat. We talk, game plan. We talk stuff outside of football, and we talk a little bit about our journey, too, because Pat as well in that same boat of, undrafted, has a very similar story to me in terms of, practice squad to elevated to now on the active roster. And just to be able to reflect in the work, I just have so much respect for everybody in the locker room, but really, those three guys too, just the journey that we've been on together in the similar paths that we share. It's really special and really cool to be able to reflect and just this mentality of never satisfied for us. It's always, we're always going to have that chip on our shoulders. And so it's awesome to see all their success.
Like I said, I was an undrafted guy myself, so I love seeing the success, man. No doubt. So number 1 seed, you clinched the division. You're gonna hang that banner. What's this 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 bye week like for you guys?
I think it's a great time to sharpen the sword a little bit. We can reflect on some things that maybe we need to work on. And especially these 2 days of practices that we have, just being able to fine-tune some details that we really want to work on and be able to self-scout and have that time. And then ultimately, too, just that extra time to get our bodies right is a big deal. We play a very physical brand of football. As you can see, especially, offense and defense, they're out there toting the rock. We're getting to the ball, all 11 guys. And so to have this extra time to get our bodies right has been a huge deal.
So self-scout, is it individual? You breaking down film of yourself and seeing how you can get better? Or are you looking at the scheme? Like, walk me kind of through that.
Yeah, a little bit of both. So as an individual, it's kind of on you to be like, all right, these are some of the main things that I want to work on in my game that A, is going to help me be a better player, but B, in the grand scheme of things, help our defense out, or, vice versa for the offensive guys. And then in terms of as a whole, it's, hey, how have teams been attacking us? And, just those different looks that we've been getting and really be able to master a lot of those looks.
Yeah. One of the things that have impressed me with this defense is just the intensity that you guys play with. And I look and I talk in just the demeanor of Mike McDonald. I'm like, yeah, he's an intense individual. But he seems like he loosens up a bit after the game. What is he like in the locker room after the victories and stuff? Because we only get a clip of what goes on there. What are his speeches like after a big win like the 49ers?
Yeah, I really love the balance that Coach Mike brings, right? I think it's the sentiment that we all share as a team and as a defense, where it's like we're not satisfied. And what's great is, we always have people doubting us, whether it was start of the season, midway through the season, even now people have stuff to say, and it's like being able to use that as fuel and also just the balance that he brings between, as the week progresses, it's great because he's always, he's intense, but he's always very reassuring of us too. And, he calls it as he sees it. It's awesome because he's going to tell the truth. He's going to tell it with love, and it's very matter of fact. Like, these are the things we need to get better at. These are the things we're doing well. And I just really respect a coach that can do that, because it's like you know what you're going to get out of him day in and day out, and you know what he expects from you and where you need to improve, which is just awesome as a player.
So I always hear a lot from, of course, Mike McDonald, and you're on the defensive side, but Kubiak seems like just the most calm dude I see on the sideline. I don't even think I've seen this guy smile before. What's Kubiak like during the game?
Yeah, I kind of love that. Sometimes I'll peep that on the sideline, like just, how his demeanor. And it's great because you want that out of your coach. You're not just there's going to be ebbs and flows in the game, and you don't want, a coach to ride that roller coaster, right? You want him to be the same person throughout. And so I really respect that about him.
What goals did you set for yourself this year, and have you reached some of them so far?
I have. One of them was to be a starter. And in some shape or form, I've been able to reach that. And just ultimately, though, I just want to be a force multiplier on this defense, help be the best version of myself and also put my teammates in the best possible position to make their plays. And so I feel like I'm always striving to do that, and there's always room for improvement. But on a week-to-week basis, that's what I'm striving to do, is be a force multiplier for this team.
Last one I got for you. What goals did you guys set as a team defensively, and what have you reached some of them? I would assume you have with just how you guys have been playing a little bit.
Yeah, I would say, big picture, I guess I won't really necessarily even speak on maybe some of the just like the numbers goals of it. But as a whole, we're just striving to be the best versions of ourselves day in and day out. And I know that sounds a little bit like coach speak there, but it's the truth. Like, we're always, there's some weeks we don't perform to our standard. There's weeks where we feel like we did a pretty good job, but at the end of the day, it's like we need to continually strive to be the best versions of ourselves and continue to grow each week. And I think that we've done a good job of that so far this season, of just progressing, right? We started off the season like we've played great games, but also it's getting better for us. And that's kind of always the goal is, hey, this was the outcome, but we want to be process oriented over result oriented.
And you want to be playing your best football at the right time. And that's exactly what y'all are doing, man. Safety, Ty Okada, I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, appreciate you always. Thank you.
All right, man, take care. Up next, we got John Boyle. This is The Huddle.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Are your investment dollars working as hard as they should be? You've spent years building your future. Don't let outdated advice put it at risk. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. We're a veteran-owned firm proud to bring a new standard of financial care to the Seattle area. Our nationally recognized advisors are fiduciaries, ethically bound to put your interests first. That's the highest standard of care in the industry. As a privately held company, we answer to you, our valued clients, not shareholders. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a customized plan. From Bellevue to Tacoma, get advice you can count on. It's time to take a fresh look at your financial plan. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-466-3300. That's 206-466-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy, inviting you to come work with IRG. And Shannon, what kind of staff are you looking for at IRG?
Brock, we're looking for all kinds of clinical staff, physical therapists, occupational therapists, athletic trainers, certified occupational therapy technicians, physical therapy assistants, you name it on the clinical side. We are looking for those folks. But we are really looking for folks that want to come to an organization that want to be part of our culture and change the culture and work with us to provide the best care and service we can to our patients, our team, and our community. So those clinical people out there, we're looking for you. We also provide advanced certification. We want to provide you mentorship. We want you to grow personally and professionally here at IRG.
With over 40 clinics throughout the Pacific Northwest, you've got the opportunity to work in the city you want. Just head over to irgpt.com/careers. That's irgpt.com/careers.
I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for fast, friendly service with guaranteed repairs. With 16 family-owned locations and a Carfax preferred badge, Bucky's makes it easy with same-day service and available financing. Visit buckys.com.
At Cressy Door, we not only have the perfect garage door for your home, but we also offer options for creating space and even warming your outdoor areas. Check out your options at cressydoor.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You know, we have a lot of really important questions for Seahawks.com reporter John Boyle, but before we get to it, I do have to peel back the curtain and just reveal what Michael Bumpus said about a minute before we came on air, where Bump said, we need to no one, or to everyone, we need to study woodpeckers.
Yes.
And we were like, yeah,
Why?
interesting birds. And you said?
Because they consistently bang their beaks to wood. Their brain has to be moving, but they don't get concussions.
I did not think we were going that way.
My response was, how do we know?
Yeah, no, Bump said we gotta find a way to integrate this into the league. What's this technology they have?
I'm just saying.
You'd have to have something implanted into your skull.
Yeah, I
Nature
don't
has
know.
all the answers if you just look around.
Right.
It's
Roger
there.
Goodell, if you're listening, Michael Bumpus would love for you to study woodpecker brains and figure out how we can adapt some of these helmets.
Do you guys have handy the clip from Mike McDowell Monday when he said, this is great radio, sarcastically?
Thank you so much, John. I am going to start with a question about the 49ers, though. Obviously, want to look ahead to what could be a really exciting playoff run. I am not surprised the defense looked great. I am happy to see that an offense that was averaging 42 points per game was held to a field goal. Wyman pointed it out earlier. The score was so much closer than the game felt.
Yeah, I mean, Seahawks had multiple drives inside the 5-yard line, come up with no points, missed 2 field goals. Like, late in that game, they weren't really worried about scoring. They were just burning clock, and they did a great job of that with an 8-minute drive. But, yeah, that felt like a game the Seahawks were in control of throughout because the defense was just so dominant. I mean, even when the 49ers were driving and got into the red zone before Drake Thomas got that interception, in my head, it's like, well, even if they score here, like, they can't score twice. Like, the way this defense is playing was just so impressive. As you said, the last 3 games, it's been the hottest offense in the NFL, 42 points. Like, I think they're averaging almost 30 first downs a game.
Yeah, I think people saw it as like, oh, it's strength on strength.
Yeah.
And it looks
the Seahawks
outmatched.
just suffocated them.
Do you get like the sense of how excited they are to be getting the run game going at this time?
Oh, it's huge. I mean
170, 71 yards the last 3 games?
Yeah, it's been over 160 all 3 games, including 180 against the 49ers. And, yeah, I mean, that's the difference that can make. And we saw it late in that game of, like, you can just eat clock and take control of the game even if you're not slinging the ball around. And we've seen them throw the ball very well all season. But to have that really hitting these last few weeks of the season going to the playoffs is just, I mean, that changes the dynamic of this team.
Christian McCaffrey is one of the most dynamic players I've ever seen in football, right? Him and Alvin Kamara are kind of the ones that are kind of changed the way we looked at running backs. Yet they held him to, 53 total yards, the lowest output he's had all year. What do you think that does to a defense? I know they're already confident already, but when you're able to shut down a guy like McCaffrey, you got to be feeling yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it just probably to them reaffirms what they already feel about themselves. Like, they've gone through this run of, Bijan and Jonathan Taylor and all these, like, and the Rams, they kind of have that 2-headed attack, but they're a really good rushing team. and nobody's really running the ball. I mean, lowest yards per carry average in the NFL this season. The streak of no 100-yard rushers going back to last season, I believe it's up to 26 games now. It's just what they're doing up front. By the way, playing mostly two high safeties and nickel and dime defense. Like they don't play heavy personnel at all, but that front four just kicks so much butt up front, and then you got DBs who can tackle. It's a great formula.
Is there a player, it could be a position group or half the ball, that you feel like deserves a little more credit?
I mean, to me, it's got to be that D line. They get plenty of credit, but like you can't do it again. They don't have base defense. Their base defense is nickel. Like, granted, Nicky Minori is a big defensive back, and that helps a lot what he can do. And Spoon, not a big guy, but he plays like a maniac against the run. So you can constantly have 5-6 DBs on the field, have your safeties playing back, because those guys up front they're constantly outnumbered and winning just over and over. And you watch that game, and it's like they hand the ball to McCaffrey, and it's whether it's Jaron Reed, Leo, Byron Murphy, they're just occupying multiple guys, and either they make a play or Ernest Jones, Drake Thomas comes flying in to make a stop.
I get the sense that this team wants to face the Rams again. I mean, just some of the talking to Jaron Reed, that that has really become a solid foe for them in the NFC West. Like, it's not the Niners anymore. It's about the Rams, and I feel like they want to conquer that demon.
Yeah, I mean, it sure seems like it's inevitable. I mean, I guess you can't count anybody out, but they're going to be pretty heavily favored going to Carolina, and whether it's in the divisional round or depending on what happens in the wild card round, could be the NFC Championship. But yeah, I don't think we're done seeing the Rams, and yeah, it's. That offense has, probably tested this defense more than any other. I mean, you can point to Tampa Bay out a big game, but that was early in the season, and the defense was really beat up in that game. So yeah, what the Rams did a couple weeks ago is by far the best any offense has played against this defense all year, and now the defense is going to want to respond.
Josh Jones has played some good football in
real,
the absence of
unsung
Charles
hero
Cross.
this little run they're on,
And then you sign Charles Cross off, you extend him, and the first person I thought about was Josh Jones. I go, what are you going to do with him? What do you know where he is in his contract? Because if he's a free agent, someone's going to pick him up. He's going to play. Yeah.
I don't remember when they signed him. I want to say it's probably a one-year deal, just because generally that kind of swing tackle backup guy, you're not usually going to give a multi-year deal. But I don't have that in front of me if one of you wants to look it up. But yeah, I mean. If he is a free agent, he definitely made himself some money these 3 weeks. Because, I mean, as we mentioned earlier, the run game, I mean, all the linemen are part of that, but he's part of that of, they ran the ball better than they have all season these last 3 weeks. And the protection didn't fall apart with him in there. And he was playing hurt last week, too. He barely practiced. He came out of the game briefly because he was kind of nicked up and went back in there and gutted it out. I mean, what he's done has been huge for this team.
There's doubt facing Seattle in part because it's incredibly difficult to win a Super Bowl, and there's going to be doubt facing each and every one of these teams that are in the playoffs. That said, is there something you think the rest of the league, or maybe some vocal critics in the league, are waiting to see from Seattle?
I mean, it's the quarterback. I think that's the national narrative that if you've been around this team, the players have so much faith in Sam Darnold, and he's played. I know his numbers aren't crazy, but he's been playing good football, helping them win games late in the season, even if the numbers have declined from where they were. But yeah, I mean, nationally, you go look at anybody doing their playoff picks, and I was just looking at, I think it was Sports Illustrated did their staff picks, and it was almost everyone picking the Rams to go to the Super Bowl, nobody picking the Seahawks. It's like, I just think there's this narrative oh, can we trust the quarterback? It's like, A, you can, but B, this isn't just two quarterbacks going out there. You're trusting the best defense in the NFL, one of the best special teams units in the NFL. There's so much this team does well that can help them win games.
Not lose to the Panthers and Falcons.
Yeah, that helps too.
There you go. I've been saying on our show that I hope Clint Kubiak sucks during his interviews, but
don't want to find a new coordinator.
Yeah, huh? Well, I mean, I love what he's gotten done here.
He's been great.
But tell us about that process and how coaches are handling it.
Yeah, my understanding is that the coaches of teams that have a bye, obviously Seahawks being one and Broncos being the other, they are allowed to interview late this week, and then they're off limits again until their team's eliminated, or maybe before the Super Bowl during that bye if you get that far. But I mean, his name has obviously been out there. I think he's reportedly got 4 or 5 interviews, or at least teams requesting interviews. I would imagine that's going to happen, after they practice today, the team gets a little time off. So sometime over the weekend. But I mean, look, this is what happens when you win 14 games, you're the number 1 seed, is other teams around the league want a piece of what you got going on. And he's done really good things with this offense. So, once you get in that, if you're a coordinator of a team that's kicking butt like this, your name's going to get out there, and we'll see, how it goes for him. And, Mike McDonald, like any good head coach, wants to elevate his guys, as he said earlier this week. Like, you want to be a place that coaches want to come, and coaches don't want to come there if they feel like you're holding them down. So they're going to support him, and we'll see where it goes.
I like that he said bittersweet.
Yeah.
He said it's bittersweet.
It's perfect. Yeah, we saw it a decade ago. Seahawks kept losing coaches. It's just part of success.
What do you think Arroyo brings back to this team?
I mean, he's just a really dynamic, athletic talent at tight end. Like, he can stretch the field vertically in a different way just because of his speed. So it's another cool weapon. And we haven't seen them, not that they play a lot of 3 tight ends together, but we haven't seen them full strength at tight end since October, because Sauber gets hurt right when he's ready to come back is when Arroyo got hurt. So just gives you more flexibility, more depth, and like I said, a really athletic playmaker.
You guys aren't going to believe this.
What?
Woodpecker tongues wrap around the back of their brain. It goes from the top of the beak.
Well, this is going to be hard for a football player.
Behind the brain and out the mouth. I don't know if Raj is going to be able to figure this out.
Yeah.
Hey, AI
is
hidden right now.
Well, I did
We'll
like
figure
the
it out.
idea, though. I see what you're doing here.
We're just at the beginning of this.
We're at the beginning stages.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
We need to look at other animals and figure out
You
what
need
they're
to
doing.
go to the patent office.
The woodpecker
File.
helmet trademark.
Bump
like
walking in.
Bumpus.
Folks, we got to talk woodpeckers. Everyone listen to me. Even though we have another hour left and normally you join us at the end, of course I have a question for all of you. We're going to wrap up this segment. I made it very, very easy. All you're doing is making a prediction. Who do the Seahawks face in the divisional round?
I think the Packers. I think,
And you guys can repeat, by the way. It's okay.
I know the Bears have got him this year, but
Yeah.
I just gut. I think the Packers are going to pull one out.
Yeah, 4 possibilities here: Panthers, Rams, Packers, and 49ers.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see Carolina winning. I'm with Boyle. I think maybe the Packers. They reunite on the field. That's where we started off at the end of the preseason.
No, we can talk about those fights again in practice. That'll be good little extra
boil up
storyline.
some rivalry there.
Bump, you going Packers as well?
Panthers going to upset.
Stop! No, they're
Get her
not.
done.
Don't say we
Hey,
want.
let's
No,
go.
you
Hey,
don't.
they beat
No,
him already.
He's
Exactly.
going with the
Bryce
Packers.
Young, let's go.
I've asked him this question already. He's going.
I changed it.
Bump is going to keep pounding this weekend.
He is John Boyle. You can read his work at Seahawks.com. Thanks, Boyle. Coming up next, we're going in the trenches with Ray Roberts.
Are people ready, Brock?
Brock and Salk.
Playoff football back in Seattle? It's been a while.
Morning 6 to 10.
Since we've had the full deal, everybody full-throated, as loud as it gets.
Being in the building for their last home game to beat the Rams, and that place that night, Salt, took me back to the Green Bay NFC title game. It had that kind of juice in the building. Yeah, I think the folks will be ready.
Only on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Are you tired of grilling in the cold and rain every winter? Well, with a patio cover, heater, and fireplace from PCF, you can enjoy your outdoor deck or patio all year long, staying warm and dry, even in the cold winter. Take advantage of off-season savings through February 15th, and you can get up to 10% off your entire project, plus 12 months with no payments and no interest. You see, most people don't consider building a deck in the winter, but if you want yours ready by next spring and summer, contact PCF right now to start planning. Spend the winter dreaming and designing your project so you're ready to build by spring. Planning and permits, they take a little time, so get started now. Get project ideas, browse the photos, and find all the offer details at pcfgroup.com. That's my friends online at pcfgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss. It's a new year and a perfect time to make the changes you've been dreaming of. Don't let those old habits and frustrations hold you back any longer. Our proven program gives you dedicated health coaches, ongoing support, real accountability, and a step-by-step detailed plan to help you lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a couple months with no drugs, shots, exercise, or fake food. Imagine more energy, better health, losing fat, fitting perfectly into your favorite clothes, and being down 20 or more pounds by March. Remove the stress of trying to do this on your own and book your free consultation at eastsideweightloscclinic.com.
Mike Salk here, inviting you to kick off the new year with a weight loss plan that's healthy and works really well. I used it to lose 35 pounds over 8 weeks. I was losing a pound a day. You go to eastsideweightloscclinic.com.
Join the 4,000 clients who we've helped lose 20 to 30 pounds in 60 days. Our remote programs allow you to lose weight from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation at eastsideweightloscclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Weimer. Time to go inside The Huddle.
And now we're going inside the trenches with Ray Roberts, former NFL offensive lineman, current NFL analyst. And Ray, before we ask you about a game, I wanted to ask you about a piece of news. Charles Cross, obviously a key piece of the Seahawks offense, signing his extension. What was your reaction to that news, and what have you made of Cross's season?
You know, I was happy for Charles, obviously. I mean, it's always good to get a bag, right? But I do think that, you know, even with that, there's room for Charles to grow, you know, still. I think it was good to keep him around because, to me, he's one of the top 10 to 12 tackles in the league. And I think he can even take a bigger jump if he, you know, stayed a little healthier. And then, He has moments in the game and pass protection where it seems like he may lose focus a little bit, and then he always starts the season out pretty strong run block, and then it kind of fades a little bit. So I think, kind of improving those areas of focus and things, I think it warrants the contract and that, being here for a long time and being a staple. I was telling someone the other day that, he's had like 2 or 3 different offensive line coaches and 2 or 3 different offensive styles that he's been asked to learn. It's really hard to kind of maximize your abilities in those things because every little coach and every little system has little tweaks that are a little bit different. So you may have been, running, an outside zone, taking this particular step with one coach, and then the next coach wants you to do a little bit differently, or the aiming point is different, or the technique that they teach is a little bit different. And so you have to internalize all that kind of stuff. And so I'm pretty pleased with where he is. I love the way he plays. I think he's, like I said, one of the better left tackles in the league, and I thought it was a good move for the Seahawks.
Yeah, Ray, you got to be really pleased with the run game right now and just the timing of it going into the playoffs. And, the one thing that's impressed me is that they've been in the top 5 as far as attempts go. So it's like they just kind of chipped away at it and been loyal to the run game. And now all of a sudden it's exploding. What are you seeing that's different?
Well, the one thing that was really hard, Dave, was, early in the season, and maybe we just didn't give it enough credit when they were saying it. And they were saying that they used the run game as like the body blows. And I think the terminology that they used was like the softening process. And a lot of us were probably thinking that the softening process was going to take like 3 games and let's get going. But it's been like a season-long thing, and they have not wavered from how they approach, like you said, the attempts, running the outside zone, the wide zone, between the tackles, both running backs. They haven't wavered from that at all. And so now it's starting to pay some dividends down the stretch at the right time. And I do think, Dave, the last game I kind of tracked most of the running plays, and the way that I look at them, probably of those, the 2 running backs had maybe 110 or 12 yards combined. And I would say maybe about 80 of those yards came between the tackles. And so to me, that says they know that that's where the hay is. And they got to use the outside zone, the stretch zone, stuff like that to move the pocket, maybe take some shots down the field. But this team the offensive line has done a better job when they can just come off the ball with their shoulders squared to the line of scrimmage, work the double teams up to the second level. Charbonnet is a much better runner with his shoulders squared to the line of scrimmage. And K9, when he's downhill and making his cuts, he's a better running back than when he's going east and west and trying to make people miss and reversing the field and all that kind of stuff. And so I do think that that's a big part of it. And then the other part of it, and Bumper sent us this video that showed when K9 picked up that long 3rd down, and you saw the receivers, I think it was Bobo and JSN, were like so pumped up and hyped. Those plays don't happen without those guys blocking. And if you watch that play, that combination block that they created with, I think it was JSN and Bobo or Cooper Kupp, all 3 of those dudes like blocked somebody. And that means that everybody's in it for everybody. JSN is not just a dude that's, wanting to, get deep shots down the field and score all the touchdowns. Like, he's willing to put his body on the line and do the dirty work. Now, you don't want him doing that forever, but when he's called upon to do it, he's doing it. And that's what makes the running game work too. The running game is a like 11-man committed to it run operation for it to be successful. That means the quarterback carrying out the fakes, the quarterback checking to the right run, the linemen doing their blocking, the receivers doing what they have to do, and then the running back, taking care of business. So I really like where the running game is right now. And people may say like, oh, they haven't played anybody. Well, I don't care who they weren't playing anyone early in the season. They weren't, running it like this. So I'm excited about where they are.
Ray, how do you feel about just the balance? Because early in the season, I was like kind of frustrated. I'm like, man, let K9 run the rock. But now, I mean, you look at the carries, it's like 14-15, 17-16. And it seems like they found their place in this offense when it comes to those running backs.
Yeah, and it also seems like, too, Bump, how this is, like those 2 dudes have to really buy into into their roles, too. Like if one guy is saying like I want to get the bulk of the carries and that becomes like some type of issue between the two and with the coordinator and you're moping on the sideline and all that kind of stuff, that can impact a lot of things. And so it seems like K9 is generally the starter, and then as they get going, they kind of go with the hot hand. And if they're both kind of doing their thing, it seems like a situational type of thing, and it seems to be working. And to me, if both of those guys are sold in, if they're in it to win it, and they know like if we run the ball well, not only is it going to, the teams that run the ball the best in the playoffs get to the Super Bowl. I don't care who the quarterback is, the team that outrushes the other teams gets to the Super Bowl, and it will help Sam Darnold with more space to throw the football, move in the pocket. When you get into a run formation, now they really, truly don't, they have to, consider it a threat because K9 can take it to the house, and you saw Charbonnet score on a 29-yard run. So I think it's going to open up the offense for even more explosiveness, and then also just create a comfort place for Sam Darnold to operate and get back to playing like he was at the first half of the season.
Despite getting 14 wins for the first time in franchise history and owning the number 1 seed plus a bye week, the Seahawks are still facing some doubt that they can actually get to and win Super Bowl 60. What's your confidence level that they can?
Well, my confidence level is pretty high because it's going to be hard for any team to come in here and beat the Seahawks at home. And people will say, the one game against the Rams, the first one, even with the 4 interceptions, they were maybe 2 or 3 yards away from beating the Rams in that game because the field goal is shorter. And if you look at the very first game of the season, they were Abe Lucas running into the quarterback, knocking the ball out of his hand, play away from beating the 49ers. So they could be 4-0 against those two teams just based off of 2 plays, and so they're a lot better than what people think they are, even with some of the turnovers and the struggles they've had on offense throughout the year. They are still a much better football team offensively than people give them credit for. And then we talked about, and I know it gets wishy-washy sometimes because it's not all the data stuff, but they have something that a lot of other teams don't have, and that's that connectedness, that ability to say like, okay, we're gonna try to win one play after the next play after the next play. So each play has its own history. They're not hanging on what happened before. They're trying to win the next play. That's the only way you can come back and win some of these football games. That's the only way this offense can stay in games, and that's the only way the defense can keep them in games, is because they don't get caught up into the history of the play that happened before. Whether it's success or not, they just move on to the next play. And then there's been some great coaching down the stretch. The timeouts that they called against the Rams to give them a chance to get down the field. Some of the coaching decisions they made in the last few games just to try to make adjustments at halftime and stuff. Like, everything is working so well that I don't know, it doesn't look pretty like everybody wants it to look on offense, but they're winning as a team, with all aspects of the team, the skills, the talents, the players, the data, all of that, and they have this other extra thing that I don't think a lot of other teams have.
Well said, Ray. He's Big Ray Roberts. You can hear him on the Seahawks pre- and post-game show, but you're going to have to wait an extra week for it because they got to bye. Thanks, Ray.
Thanks, Ray.
That's it. You guys have a good one.
Have a good one. Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joins us next.
The one and only Mark Schlereth with Wyman and Bob.
Could have been a bigger butt whipping, but the score didn't really tell you how one-sided it was.
With a depleted defense, you should be able to put up more points, but the two teams know each other exceptionally well. Robert Saleh is a damn good coordinator. I guess I just looked at how dominant overall the performance was, and hey, man, it's hard to win in the National Football League.
Get every can't-miss conversation on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try it for free, and you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I was able to achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You'll feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. I'm surprised and relieved every time I look in the mirror. You need to know what that feels like. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I would trust more than Advanced Hair Restoration. I experienced their exceptional standard of care firsthand. Your comfort and your results are the top priority of the entire Advanced Hair team. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 425-449-8185. That's 425-449-8185. Discover what meeting your resolutions could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks. Gonna let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joining us now. Rabes, what was it like reading out names and numbers on those 49ers rivalry uniforms?
Hey, it was not as easy as it should have been.
I didn't envy you.
Yeah, well, we do the best we can, but who cares which of their guys made or didn't make a play, as long as I got our guys right, and half the time I don't get that right either. So, but yeah, it was a little difficult.
I think I called the jerseys silly.
They were tough.
Yeah, it was just too much. Yeah, it wasn't like functional. It was like more about art.
It was hard to tell watching the broadcast, and I was thinking, oh man, the play-by-play guys.
Yeah.
I heard someone mention that too. Watching and the broadcast guys on TV also had a little bit of a difficult time. Yeah, some artist comes up with those ideas, or clothing designer, and they don't think about what those of us who have to call those numbers on a regular basis, they just have this artsy idea in mind.
Yeah, they definitely should be considering our job. And
well, sure.
I think so.
Yeah.
Goes without saying.
Yeah. Rabes, that was a tough one to call for me anyway, because, it just felt like other than, we were dominating them other than the score. It was one of the more peculiar games that we've seen.
Yeah. And you kind of felt that, like, I kind of was thinking, okay, is this the drive where the Niners are going to kind of wake up, and especially on offense? And you just kept seeing our defense just keep making plays. I can't tell you how many times we call something like, 3rd down and 4, and they get 3 yards. 3rd down and 6, they get 5 yards. Great, sure tackles, short of the line to gain. And Shanahan, didn't want to have any part of going for it on 4th down, especially anywhere near midfield, because he didn't want to give the Seahawks the ball in great field position, which we got anyway a couple of times. I just think it was an all-around great game. We left some points out there. It could have been like a 27-3 game or a 24-3 game the way it was going. So, I think it was a pretty substantial win, certainly. Got us the first-round seed. And number 1 seed, that is. And it just kind of put everybody on notice. Hey, these guys are for real, both on offense and defense. And then you throw in special teams that have been making plays all season.
It was all about just dominance, right, defensively. And it feels like the Hawks have been working week by week to get to this point. What do you think is the key to this defense that allows them to play so freely and so fast?
Bump, I watch these guys, and, it's kind of an old adage about playing on a string. They used to talk about the secondary that way, that if one guy goes this way, all of them start to move in that direction and come back. Everybody plays on a string. That's how this entire defense plays. And I think I heard somebody, maybe it was one of you guys, or maybe the competition, because I tend to listen to them more on the radio. But somebody was describing on when you play defense, and everybody's got a responsibility. And so if this guy doesn't, set the edge, and this guy doesn't turn everything back inside, and that guy doesn't get off his block and get to the point of attack, or the guy doesn't get up there from the secondary to make the play. Everybody's got a job to do on every single defensive play and offensive play for that matter. And when I watch this team, I see guys that are so focused on getting that job done on every play. And yeah, it doesn't happen every play, because you're playing against guys who are making millions of dollars on the other side of the line. But these guys have been doing it for so long now this season, and you ask them, they say, okay, going all the way back to OTAs, these are exactly the kinds of things that they talked about then, the kinds of things they talked about doing, and that is every day, every play. And it just seems to be showing itself right now. On top of that, you got some really stud guys, especially on that defensive front, who are making it happen.
We've heard a lot about the closeness of this team and the camaraderie. Have you talked with McDonald in your guys' interviews about that? Has he brought that up? I'm sure you've asked him about it, but what's he say about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's just – I was going to say he's amazed, but he's not, certainly, because he's the one that sets the tone. He's the one that kind of brought these guys together and convince them in small ways and big ways that the only way you accomplish what you're trying to do is if you're out there playing for the guy next to you and the guys behind you and around you and the guys on the sidelines, and that your job is just as important even if you don't make the play, and they do. So, and then the other part of that was, hey, get to know each other. I think I've mentioned before that, and Dave, you've talked about it. I don't think you ever talked to a kicker in your entire career. And there were guys on defense when I was playing that, I didn't quite care about talking to. I tended to stick with my crew, my guys. These guys, they're all in on everybody, going for a walk, having lunch, sitting next to each other in the locker room, talking about getting to know each other. I think that's really important. And, back in the old days, that would have been something considered, we don't need to worry about that. All you need to do is go out, run fast and hit somebody. Well, no, there's a lot more to it than that.
Hey, Rabes, I don't know if you've thought about your preference of who you want to draw in the playoffs. I kind of want it to be the Rams as early as possible, because I feel like if you take 2 out of 3 from the Rams, then you're going to, I think I don't want to say it's going to be easy to win the Super Bowl, but, and I feel like there's kind of an attitude on this team that the players also want that. You get that feeling?
I don't know. I haven't been over there and talked to them since the game last week and the big win on Saturday night. I don't know. I'm a little torn on that. I'm one of those guys. I just don't like the Rams very much. I know the Niners are our big rival, but to me, the Rams are the team that's most capable of beating us. And I think that for a couple of reasons. First of all, because they have. Yes, it was a close win early in the season. We're a different team now. But they are a very talented team, and they've got some explosive players that just make your job on defense that much more difficult. On the other side of the coin, I'd love for them to go play somebody and get the living daylights kicked out of them so we don't have to face them at all. But you're right. I think we're going to have to at some point, because I do think they're the second best team in the NFC. When that game happens, at least it's going to happen here. So if it's the last game, if it's a championship game, so be it, because it's going to be here at Lumen Field, and kind of all, in my estimation, then all bets are off as to how really commanding can the Rams be in a situation like that. So I don't know. I just think somebody else go beat them, and then we play the Packers or the Eagles or somebody like that.
He is the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Hear him on the call next weekend in the divisional round when the Seahawks host the winner of one of these games that we're going to preview in a few minutes. Thanks, Rabes.
Thanks, Rabes.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a good one. Well, speaking of Wild Card Weekend, I know that in our segment with John Boyle, both of you, even though Bump claims he's going for Panthers
all day.
No, you aren't.
Sam.
No, you're not. Both of you said that you think number 7 seeded Packers come in here, but we're going to take a closer look at the 3 NFC wildcard games we're going to watch. There is a Monday night game, but that's going to be the AFC, so we're going to look at all of these ones. I want to go through some hypotheticals with all of these, not just talk about like who we think is likeliest, but what we think are going to happen in these games, make some predictions, what a game would be like against any of the 4 possible opponents. All of that coming your way next.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with the lifetime subscription for 65% off. Just go to Babbel.com and start today. Babbel teaches you relevant words and phrases, so you can start speaking with confidence in as little as 3 weeks. And because Babbel's bite-sized lessons fit easily into your daily routine and are easy to remember, you'll be talking like a local in time for takeoff. Dive into the world of language learning content with Babbel's videos, podcasts, and stories from around the world, full of culture bites and language learning tips. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. But don't wait. This offer ends January 15th. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown! Seahawks! Ken Walker III! Get everything Seahawks at seattlesports.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Purdy from the shotgun on 2nd and goal from the 6. Snaps, looks, throws toward the goal line. Ball is bobbled just a bit, and it's picked off. He bobbled it into the hands of Drake Thomas. Thomas has it. It's intercepted by the Seahawks down inside the 5-yard line. McCaffrey can only stand down there with his hands on his hips saying, what in the world just happened? It is the first career interception for Thomas, that is, who was Johnny on the spot.
And it couldn't have come at a better time. San Francisco driving deep in Seahawks territory, and that ended up holding him to a field goal. Not on that play, obviously, but in the game. We're going to call a little bit of an audible. Drake Thomas is on his way over. He's going to join us any minute now, and then we're going to get to our wild card preview to wrap up the show. Wyman, I wanted to be able to ask you about that play and about Drake's contributions this season. I mentioned Bump interviewed Ty Okada. Ty wasn't a name I was talking about a ton. I don't know how many people were talking about Drake in August. What has he meant for this team this year?
No, he's been phenomenal, and he's one of those guys that, you know, for the first few games, you're like, okay, well, our backups are really good.
Yeah.
It's not a backup anymore, man. He played his way into that spot, and just his timing, you know, and this is, I love to see him get his interception, because it's the one stat, other than I don't think he has a forced fumble, but man, he's got like 8 passes defensed. You know, he's got 3.5 sacks. You know, he's a ton of tackles, almost 100 tackles. And he's like I said, it's pretty rare to play your way into a starting position. You got an opportunity because of Tyrese Knight, but Yeah, I mean, it's just you just look at him as one of those guys that really is, you don't look at him as a backup anymore. He's the starter, man, and it's been a huge difference. I love the way him and Ernest are playing together.
Christian McCaffrey was kicking himself after that one, took fault for it after the game. I mean, credit to him for that. It was kind of a bobbled pass. But that being said, what did Drake do? What happened on that play?
I'm going to ask him about it when he sits down.
Okay. Maybe it's better that way.
Well, remember he said, he goes, well, I got beat. He felt like he got beat.
Yeah, he was
on that
he
play.
was in position to make the tackle. I don't think McCaffrey would have scored if
I don't think so either.
if he made that play. But no, it looks like they're in man, and he's.
Are you looking at that play right? See how I told you
Yeah.
you're an addict?
Yeah, and he's taking away the inside because I want to say McCaffrey has an option. He can go either way. So he's been killing across the inside. So he takes away the inside and forces it out. And he's in trail technique, but he's in position to make the tackle. He's not going to score if he's there.
Well, importantly, and I think sometimes when interceptions feel lucky to opposing fans, they don't always give a guy credit, but you have to be in the right place.
Got to be where you're supposed to be.
Make a heads-up play, secure the ball. I mean, all of that's important.
Good things happen.
Good things happen. This team's been just fantastic with backups in general, and especially defensively. I don't know if it's just like a top-down, like we're going to preach the same message to every single player. Every single person has to be ready. Maybe it's great teaching. I don't know if Okada and you talked about kind of like what it means to be constantly ready.
No, I think the first time we spoke to him, we talked about that. But I think that's just the culture here is you prepare as if you are a starter. I know people say that all the time, but a lot of people don't. I've been on teams where guys are in the back when the ones are up and their minds are elsewhere and they're not as locked in as they're supposed to be. So clearly these guys are locked in, and especially with, like Dave said, he's a starter now. He ain't a backup. Like he's locked in every single game plan.
Well, the thing is, it's hard. Like once the season starts, it's hard to play your way into a job because, like you said, Bump, a lot of what you're doing is you're watching. You're watching, the starter, and you don't get as many reps.
Yeah.
So.
Drake joining us right now. Drake Thomas, obviously. We were just talking about you. Bump, can I actually start with your question? Do you want to go ahead? Yeah, I think that's the most interesting one.
Yeah, I love watching film, man. And I've watched your interception a whole bunch of times and trying to pick out the nuances or whatnot. And it looked like you guys were a man. And you took away the inside because, you guys know he likes to run those angle routes and McCaffrey and whatnot. And I felt like he had the option right there. And because you took away the inside, he went outside. And I heard you say that you thought you were beat. And me, I was like, you're in position to make a play. Even if he catches that football, he's not going to score right there. Just talk me through what you were feeling and what you were seeing on that play.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically man at that point in the down. We're in quarters, but when back takes an option release like that, it's me and him one-on-one. So, I'm going to take inside leverage, force him to break out and try to run it down, and that's pretty much how it went. I just knew it was going to be a bang-bang play, so I was taking an angle kind of at the pylon to, cut him off if he caught it and turned up. So I'm just on a chase angle. I knew he had a little bit of separation, and I'm just trying to catch up, gain that ground, and see the ball kind of hit him in the back shoulder, like him turn his body and popped up in the air and came right to my hands. So,
well, hey, look, there was a lot more than that. And I heard you say you got beat, and I was like, I don't think you got beat, dude. But if you Google your name, we see a pick six in the when you were at NC State, which was nice. But on that one, I mean, that was just so different. Like, take us through like how quickly that happened. I mean, does your mind even process that, or it was just like a pure reaction there?
Yeah, it was reaction. I feel like I didn't celebrate. Everyone's giving me crap because I didn't celebrate in the end zone or anything, and I was kind of shocked. I didn't even realize I didn't process with me for a second, but. It was a bang play. Everything happened really fast, so I wasn't really sure what to do.
How about getting I'm sorry, Stacy. Getting your first interception. I mean, that was the one stat that you hadn't filled up. That must have felt good.
Yeah, it's really cool. My first NFL interception in that situation of a game with the stakes on the line. It's really, really cool.
You guys don't get a week off. You're literally joining us from practice, but you do get a weekend off. No football for you this weekend. How do you spend, not the bye, but I mean, just in terms of like, are you sitting back watching the games? Are you guys watching together? What's that experience going to be like for you?
Just kind of hanging out. Yeah, I watch the games, but also trying to prepare my body physically, mentally, spiritually to go on this next run.
Yeah.
So come in Monday ready to go.
How does the game feel and how does it look to you now this deep into the season? Like, you're the guy out there. How's the feel of the game changed for you?
A lot more confidence than initially. Recognizing and seeing different looks. So play recognition is a lot faster and playing ahead of snaps, anticipating. The game's definitely slowed down a lot from the beginning of the year to right now, where I'm at right now.
We were just talking about how if you're a backup going into the season, you're not getting a lot of reps, right? And then you got to be really disciplined to, take reps in your mind, right? I mean, how difficult was that for you?
I did it 2 years in a row, so it's like it's not the easiest thing to do. You got to stay disciplined and make sure you're really being intentional with when you're watching from the back. But the amount of reps that I was able to get during training camp was huge, and that really, I feel like, got me to feel as comfortable and confident in the defense as it did.
What do you think allows you guys to play so fast? I mean, that was the fastest I've ever seen you guys play last week. Like, that was ridiculous. Some people don't appreciate what you guys did, really, and it seems like everyone's all on the same page. Like, what about your preparation allows you guys to play the way you did last week?
Trust and confidence in each other. We know where each of our guys are going to be. So in pursuit to the ball, you know exactly where your help is. When you're breaking on the ball, you know where your vice tackles are. So it just gives you confidence and a freedom to go out there and play fast.
Speaking of what Bump mentioned, I remember watching Mike McDonald's Baltimore Ravens defense against the Seattle offense and feeling like, do they know what Seattle's going to do? Like, they just felt so incredibly prepared and well coached. I'm assuming that's how it feels for you, but kind of take us into the, I guess, seriousness of his preparation and how on top of it he is with stuff. Is it constant? How's he as a teacher?
Yeah, it is constant. It's a constant growing process too. We're always trying to learn and get better and find little things that we can tweak and change to make that difference. We're constantly evolving, so I think that's really cool. I feel like week to week we're never exactly the same. But he's the same in his process every single week. So like during different parts of the week, we know exactly where we should be at as far as game plan and preparation. So
he seems very thorough.
Yes, very thorough, very detailed, and he makes sure that we know why we're doing certain things. So that helps. It helps us play with anticipation.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that, because that was something that always really helped me, is like the why part of it. And I feel like with Mike McDonald, if he coached one position, if he had to, it would be inside backers, right?
For sure.
So he's spending the most time with you guys, you and Ernest.
He definitely gives us like key points and stuff, but I would say he addresses like the defense as a whole more than anything. He's not in our position group very often, like in our position room. Unless there's something that he just needs to come in there and run by us. But he definitely, drops little tidbits of wisdom or whatever it is throughout the week to help us. But I'd say mainly he's addressing the defense as a whole, or maybe even the back end specifically, more often than our position room specifically.
Obviously, Dave and I, we work for the Hawks, Stacy as well, but when on Sundays, you guys are our focus, right? All we're doing is watching you guys. So when you don't play, we get to watch other teams play. And there's a few ways you can do it. You can be a red zone guy or focus on a game. Do you watch other teams play? And if you do, are you a fan, or are you still watching film and trying to pick up some things?
I don't really watch football very intentionally. Like, I don't watch it like I'm a player, honestly. I watch it as a fan.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to sit in my living room and really lock in and like watch it like I would sit and watch film. But there is like certain things that I like just naturally you'll see and you'll point out. But when I sit down and watch a game, I don't really have intention of doing that.
Yeah.
Did you grow up a big NFL fan?
Yeah, I feel like when I was little, I was more of an NFL fan.
Yeah.
I was a Steelers fan when I was little. And then as I kind of got older, I was more of a college football fan.
Okay.
And I quit watching as much NFL.
Yeah.
And
Which teams did you get?
College, I was a West Virginia fan. My family's from West Virginia. So that's the reason the Pittsburgh fan and the West Virginia University fan. My mom went to WVU and also Marshall. That's where my dad played, so we always supported Marshall.
Nice.
So yeah, I was the fan of those teams. And then honestly, I didn't start watching NFL football again until I got to the NFL.
Yeah. I was telling these guys that I went fanboy on Frank Gore. He was down on the sidelines, and I saw him, and I had to go over and talk to him. Is there anybody like that you've seen that you're like, yeah, man, I used to, that you've run into or even played against?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Some of my favorite players. When I was little, I was a Brian Urlacher fan. I haven't met him or ran into him. I've met Luke Kuechly before. That's been pretty cool.
Yeah.
Bobby obviously that's a really cool person to play with and then go play against and talk with and learn under. And I'm sure I'm missing some guys, but it's been really cool getting to play against obviously the high level players that you get to play against in the NFL.
Drake Thomas, congratulations. Made one of the most important plays in the Seahawks' most important game. Helped your team get this #1 seed. Congratulations.
Thank
also,
you.
Career first. Very cool. And thank you for taking the time today. We appreciate it.
Yes,
Our
you guys.
wild card weekend preview coming up next.
Blue 88 every morning at 7:45. Brock Ewart tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
So they got a bye week now, Brock. What do they do?
Obviously, you have the 4 opponents, Salk. You faced 3 of them this year and 2 of them twice this year. You're going to get to do a lot of watching and a lot of resting. And most importantly, these guys are going to get healthy, Salk. And I would expect when they do practice the following week, when we get an injury report, it's going to be very, very light.
Catch every Blue 88 on the Seattle Sports app.
The new year is finally here, and you could kick the new year off right by getting in shape and making Top Fitness your first stop. Hey, Brock, you're here with my friends at Top Fitness, where their stores are celebrating the new year with some great deals. You could take your New Year's resolution seriously with the very best fitness gear there is set up in your home by our professional installers. They sell the best quality products available. Brands like Precor, True, Octane, Inspire, and Hyrox. Come in now and check out the best deal of deals on treadmills. They're Precor 885 treadmills that are lease returns normally sell for over $13,000, now only $36.99, including a full 3-year warranty. This is the same commercial treadmill sold to health clubs worldwide. And every new treadmill, elliptical, and home gym, well, they're all on sale. They got the largest selection of home fitness equipment in Washington, and their staff will show you why. It's no secret why everybody from pro athletes to personal trainers love their stores. Locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment. Did you know in Washington State, you can see a physical therapist without a referral from your doctor? That's right. Thanks to Direct Access, you can skip the wait and get the care you need right away. Shannon O'Kelly, how has Direct Access changed the game?
Direct Access for us, Brock, is a game changer. Why? Is because there is so much research and data out there that says if you get in early when you have a musculoskeletal problem or an injury, the earlier you get in and we can start care, the better outcomes and the decreased downstream cost, okay? So it's so important. Our providers are all doctors of physical therapy. They're all trained to identify situations and problems. They've got the skill, they've got the talent, they've got the knowledge. If you get in and start therapy early, we're going to get you back to activity, pain-free, and moving and having fun.
Fast, easy, effective. Direct Access is your path to better movement, starting with a single step. Visit irgpt.com to schedule your appointment today. irgpt.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Do you get sinus infections, congestion, sinus pressure and pain, sinus headaches?
You've gone to the doctor. You visit urgent care over and over again. And it's always the same thing, right? Oh, I know. Let's try antibiotics and some nasal sprays. But they just keep coming back. You may suffer with chronic sinus infections. The good news? Relief is possible. How? A minimally invasive procedure called the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic. Imagine a procedure so delicate there are no narcotics. Less cutting means less bleeding, so no packing, and no operating room. The Sinusoft procedure is designed for the clinic. If you suffer with chronic sinus infections, facial pain, pressure, and congestion, find out if the Sinusoft procedure, available only at the Modern Nose Clinic, is the solution for you. Call and set an appointment today. 206-388-2770. 206-388-2770. That's 206-388-2770.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of its National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You got 3 days of games for Wild Card Weekend. The only ones that really concern us are happening Saturday and Sunday. That Monday night game is going to be an AFC matchup, Houston and Pittsburgh. We're going to have to look at the NFC bracket. So I'm going to go through each of these games and first ask you guys to just pick your favorite. And then we'll talk about whether or not you'd want the Seahawks to face this team in the divisional round. We're going to start with the one that, as far as bettors are concerned, is kind of a toss-up. Packers, number 7 seed, heading to number 2, Chicago Bears. They're a 1.5-point favorite right now, but I think most people see this as the closest game. This one is going to be your Saturday evening game. Who do you guys got in this one?
I got the Le Fleurs.
The Le Fleurs, the Packers. Wyman,
yeah.
You going Packers, you going Bears?
I don't know, man. The Packers, they're very ordinary.
You're going Bears.
As far as their numbers go. They're favored, I believe.
1.5 points.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, to me, I like Chicago in that one, but I think a lot of people are like, 9-7-1, almost every offensive category, they're like middle of the road.
Yeah.
Same with their defense, really. It's not like they do anything really well, but they got a positive turnover ratio. They don't put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, especially now without Micah Parsons. So, I think Chicago wins that one.
All right. Well, if Bump is right, it's the Packers here in Seattle. If you are right, maybe we're looking at our next game here. Number 6, San Francisco 49ers, fresh off a loss to Seattle, hitting the road to take on the number 3 Philadelphia Eagles. Should the Packers lose, the San Francisco 49ers would be the next lowest seed. Bump, who you got in this one?
I'm going with Philly. I think the Niners are beat up. I think Philly's defense is really good, and I think that Philly's capable of doing whatever on offense, right? You can be explosive in the pass game. You can run the football. We just put up, $180 on the 49ers on the ground, and Saquon Barkley is a better back than the ones that we have over here. And Philly's the type of team that once they get into the playoffs, I feel like they're capable of hitting the switch.
I do too.
And getting back to championship football.
Wyman, think the 49ers bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to pick the Niners just because they're so banged up.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you look at their losses. They lost to Tampa. They lost to Houston. They lost to the Rams. The one sort of oddball one, and they had Brock Purdy for this game, is that they lost a home game to the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, Jaguars. I get accused of saying wires.
I say Jags. That's the move.
Jaguars.
I say Jags, and then no one says anything.
Yeah, there you go. I don't. And it just all year long, Philly has felt kind of like disjointed, and I think the Niners are going to find a way.
Well, I mean, you know what you're doing right now? What Stacy does to me every day.
No,
this
that's not
goes
true.
against everything I say.
That's not true.
Everything I say,
That's
she
not
just goes
true.
against it. She doesn't want to ever agree with me.
That was my goal, to come in as like disagree with Bump.
It gives me more options here in terms of asking questions. Okay. So we've got some split takes on these two. As a reminder, your latest game is going to be the first one we did. Packers Chicago Bears is going to be Saturday night. Or excuse me, not your latest. That's going to be one of your primetime games. Saturday night, Green Bay in Chicago. Sunday afternoon is going to be the 49ers-Eagles. And then Saturday afternoon, this is actually the first NFC game we're going to see. But assuming that the Packers lose, assuming the 49ers lose, you would face one of these two teams, the winner of this. So you only 4 possible teams here, and the 4-seed Panthers could come to Seattle. Rams at Panthers. This is the biggest favorite. Rams are a 10.5-point favorite against Carolina. What do you guys think?
Silly Vegas. Panthers got this one easily.
No, you don't believe it.
I don't believe it, but I want it to happen. The Rams are going to win, though, but obviously I'm rooting for the Panthers.
Wyman, I know that you're
Yeah,
going with
that's
the Rams
outrageous,
on
Bump. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Then they gotta conquer that demon. They gotta win 2 out of 3. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, the one thing I'll say is the Panthers. You know, of all the places we traveled, they have, and not that this matters that much, but they have a pretty good home field advantage. Like they don't give up a lot of seats there. The crowd was into it. It was as loud of an opposition that we faced all year.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean there's that one chance, but
yeah,
I give them a 0% chance.
0?
Less than 0.
Wow.
If it's possible. 110% chance the Rams win. All right. Yeah. Well, in that case, the Rams would only head to Seattle if both of their home teams won. Okay. I have similar questions for you guys. Slight differences, though. Wyman, I'll start with you. Is there any team the Seahawks cannot beat? I mean, I just read you. You would not be playing the Bears or Eagles, but I'll read them all. Packers, 49ers, Rams, Panthers are your possibilities for coming to Seattle. Bears, Eagles would have to be conference championship opponents, but those are the teams playing in Wild Card Weekend. Any one of these, can the Seahawks not beat them?
Well, I mean, yeah, the Rams are always, in play, and, just a matter of, like, who comes up with the better game plan. If we face them again, I like to think that they're going to solve the Puka Nacua problem, because that was ridiculous. And a lot of those just, breakdowns defensively, but, I mean, you have that to go off of, and, hopefully it seems like they always fix the problems that they have. With the team.
Bump, a similar question. All right. Well, should the Seahawks be favored against any of these teams?
I think they should be favored against all. Yeah, they're at home too. Because if you look at the Rams coming here, it's going to be 1.5 points, right? It's going to be that close. You're going to have the home field advantage. But yeah, they should be favored against all of them. They're the number 1 seed, and they got to come here.
All right. Well, you guys get a weekend off.
It's great.
Yeah.
You guys just get to watch football.
You get a weekend off too.
Yeah, but I'm not in charge of doing pregame shows or being on calls. I just sit in the press box and, snack on trail mix. And sometimes they have popcorn. Actually, every time they have popcorn, it's wonderful.
That's pretty standard.
Popcorn. I don't really eat much else. They have cookies that always look delicious. Bob usually has 2.
Bobby's cookies?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. Bob, I'll make sure to take pictures of everything he eats next time.
Yeah.
It's not creepy at all, and I'll send that your way. And you guys will be busy because, Bump, you will be on a Seahawks pre- and post-game show, and Wyman, you'll obviously be on the call, but all of us get a chance to kick back, relax, and watch Wild Card Weekend. Mm-hmm.
I hope that we win and I can run in the box and scare Dave like I did last time.
That's what you
Rams
did?
game, I ran in, and they're making a call, and I just slide in between them. I'm just, like, pumping my fist.
Wait. During the call?
Yeah.
I'm
like, what's he doing here?
So the 2-point conversion has just happened. Raibes is going with the call. You're getting ready for your commentary, and Bump pops
in there.
I loved it, man. Yeah, I was like that. He made a special trip in there just to punch me in the arm.
You know what? I'd love to hear about 2 more of those trips.
Let's get it.
This team's getting to a Super Bowl. All right, this has been The Huddle.
2025. What a ride.
The Seahawks win 38-37. It's Sauber with the 2-point conversion catch. Holy cow.
So glad we can get done at home in front of the 12s.
2026, you have some big shoes to fill, and we can't wait.
The road to the Super Bowl runs through Lumen Field in Seattle.
This is where you hear it happen.
We've won so many different ways all year.
Happy New Year from Seattle Sports.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for RLE. That's refractive lens exchange. Now, Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, no contacts, readers, or cataracts. Now, if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top: you never develop a cataract. Now, if you're somebody like me that had a pair of readers in every room of the home, in your car, you had to bring them into the restaurant with you. Otherwise, like me, you couldn't read the menu. That has all been rectified thanks to RLE. So whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to recommend what's best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at Quo.com/sports. That's Quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Guys, low energy, low drive, or strength not what it used to be? For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Washington, start with a free T-check exam and consultation to get real answers. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. Call 206-529-1111 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply. Must medically qualify.
Here's what you can look forward to when you get your windows replaced. The whole house being way warmer and a lot quieter. Dave Wyman here, and when we had finally had it with our old windows with broken seals, we called Harley Exteriors. They were incredibly friendly, professional, and absolutely knew their stuff. Harley Exteriors windows are a massive upgrade. They keep heat in and noise out. Plus, they're truly gorgeous windows. I said, you guys must use a different type of glass. And sure enough, it's their Olympic series, which is manufactured here in the Pacific Northwest and exclusive to Harley Exteriors. Harley Exteriors has a special offer for Seattle sports fans. Buy one window and get the second 40% off. No payments or interest until 2027, and take an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com. Schedule your free consultation today. That's harleyexteriors.com.
D.R. Horton's National Red Tag Sales Event is going on right now through January 25th. Stop by any of its participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. Visit drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. We come out of the gate swinging, Dave. This is how you kick off a show, by God. You bring in a guy who's just a blur. I barely saw him get in here. It was a gust of wind, really. You can't actually
everywhere he goes, he moves fast.
You can't actually see Rashid Shaheed. You just hear him, you feel the wind, and then he's here. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. Thank you guys for having me.
Happy New Year to you. I know it's a few days past, but we haven't had a chance to speak to you. So hopefully the New Year was great for you. And
Yes.
and how exciting is this, man? That you're in a situation where you're on a team that's the number one seed and everything runs through Seattle. You get to be a scout this weekend and watch the games. What's the plan for the weekend for you in terms of watching games?
I'm gonna watch all of them. I love watching football, just hanging out.
By yourself? Will you get together with teammates, or will you be just on your couch, or
on my couch? Yeah, all by myself. Yeah, but I'm excited to get this week off. My first week off all season. Have played a full 18, so this has been a good week to get away for a little bit.
Have you ever seen a better special teams group than what you guys have? I mean, it's amazing. I mean, you've scored twice. George Holani, before you got here, he picked up one. You had punt returns. I mean, it's such a good group that you're with there with the special teams.
Yeah, no, the unit is very, very close, and that's a testament to our coaches. They always put us in the best positions to go out there, play freely, get us prepared throughout the week, let us know, what the other team is going to do, and we just got to be on cue, and we have been, and I've noticed that ever since my first day being here, how close this unit is, and we just go out there and play for each other, and that's the best thing.
How long did it take before you felt like, all right, this is home. I'm not the new kid in class anymore. How long, or maybe you're still finding your way?
Yeah, no, it didn't take me long at all. I came here, and I feel like the team kind of just let me know that I'm a part of this team, and I don't have to do anything else but be here and just be yourself. And the team, the locker room is also very close. The receiver room is very close, so that it didn't take me, much time at all. All the coaches let me know how excited they were to have me around, and that just kind of let me just kind of sit back and just take a deep breath and realize that I'm just here to play football and nothing else. And the guys are just gonna kind of have my back throughout this whole thing.
So Bob brought this up when they brought you in, was that, maybe Clint Kubiak, who you'd been with before, it's like, hey, we can run this play and that play with this guy. Was that kind of the case? And then also, how long did it take you to get kind of caught up to speed with the offense?
Yeah, Coach Kubiak, obviously the relationship we had last year, didn't get a full season with him, but obviously the amount of time that we had success. So I can imagine he was in the coach's ear and upstairs, letting them know that, my ability. But, obviously being a part of this offense last year, it didn't take me too long. It's a complex offense, so, there's some nuances, things changing, every week, it seems. But, it didn't take me too long, kind of just hearing the formations and the plays over a week. I kind of clicked back fast.
What's the feeling like going into the playoffs? I mean, you were obviously in a situation before where the team wasn't looking at a postseason, and now it's a different intensity, it's a different focus. I mean, guys are beat up at this time of year. They're nursing injuries. Do you have a second wind that hits you because of what's at stake?
Yeah, 100%. Obviously having the bye week this week and, having the success we've had over the last, 5 weeks, we're very confident where we are. We know our identity as a team, and we're just excited for the next step. Obviously, we're taking this week off, but we got to stay locked in at the same time. So it's important that we, just key in on what we've been keying in on throughout this whole process. And, next week we get another opportunity to show what we could do.
Rashid, were you surprised that they punted to you in that Rams game, where that you got the 58-yard return?
Yeah.
Were you thinking, oh, they're going to kick away or whatever? Was it kind of a little bit of a surprise there?
I wouldn't say it was a surprise. Once I realized that I was going to get a chance to return it, I was definitely happy. But obviously, the next punt they kicked it out of bounds, and I knew I was going to get another opportunity. But any chance I get a chance to make a play for the team, I'm all for it.
Yeah, what a huge moment for you. I marvel at guys that return, whether it's kickoff or punt, because you got to kind of be crazy. I mean, you got especially punt. I mean, you got 11 coming to take your head off. Is that
tough job?
Yeah, is that a thrill, or is that something you had to grow into? Like, man, I don't know if I like this.
Yeah.
How did you come about, really embracing that role?
Yeah, I didn't get into punt return really until like my senior year of college. I didn't do any punt return in high school. Like I wasn't standing back there. It was no shot.
You're like, I'm not crazy.
This is unsafe. Like this is crazy. I can't. But yeah, no, I love it now. It took a minute to get used to, but ever since my rookie year, I feel like I've embraced the job, and I feel like everything has worked out from there.
I feel like the hardest part would be not looking at who's coming at you and keeping your eye on the ball. I mean, is that the hardest discipline that when you're first getting into it? I got to see this into my hands, then look at the oncoming gauntlet.
Exactly. Yeah, no, it's definitely a big feel thing. You try to feel what's around you while looking up in the air and trying to have vision on what's like just coming at you. So it's a lot more than just catching the ball and returning that goes into it. So, but yeah, no, this unit takes a great pride in all of it, so it makes it easy for me.
You know that when you returned the kickoff in Atlanta, it reminded a lot of us of Super Bowl 48 when they opened the second half with a kickoff return. But take us through that play and who were the key. It looks like Patrick O'Connell got some good blocks, and I'm sure you're very grateful to those guys.
Very appreciative,
yes.
Those plays don't happen without the 10 other guys doing their job, and they did their job to. It was perfect execution. I was almost untouched on a 100-yard kickoff return, so that's all of them. So I give whatever they want. I got to give it to them. So,
but you got to be a little crazy to go running out there, especially like guys on kickoff. They're insane, right?
100%.
They just want to blow people up.
Yeah, and they're always bigger than I am. So
Hey, something we were kind of debating yesterday and looking at. There's 4 possibilities of teams you guys could face, right? It's either the Rams, the 49ers, the Panthers, or the Packers. And I think most fans and everybody looks at it and goes, well, Panthers, Packers seem like the easier matchups. Rams seem like the toughest. Mm-hmm. We're like, fans want the easiest. But I was thinking players are probably, you guys, I don't know, do you have a preference, or do you look at it like, give us the toughest, give us the big boy first. Right. We'll take out the bully first. Or what's the attitude?
Yeah, just whoever comes about. I feel like that we have a great chance against no matter who it is. If we got to face the Rams again, if we got to go against the Packers, every team is going to give us their best shot. So in this playoff football, there's no slouches. Everybody's here to compete for one common goal. And every game we're going to have to come and focus, whether it's the best team or the maybe team that's not being overlooked in the playoffs. So we're just excited for the opportunity, and it's going to be a fun postseason.
You laugh at the fans that think, oh, this one's going to be easy, like the easiest one. Like, because, I just remember getting into, like, watching film and everything. I never looked at stats. I didn't, vaguely aware of what the team's record was.
Right.
But you're just looking at film going, oh, that guy's a baller. That guy's a baller.
That's it.
Right? I mean, sometimes you hear that from fans, and you're like, oh, there's no easy teams in the NFL.
Yeah, no, looking at it from a fan's perspective, you always want your team to, always have faith in your team. And that feels good for us. Everybody else believes that, we could be anybody any given Sunday.
Right.
But, football, that's not quite the case. Anybody can be anybody. So you always got to come with your A game and not take anybody lightly. And I feel like that's what we've done all year, and that's why we're in the position we are today.
What's the noise like at Lumen Field? I mean, we're there, but for you as a player, especially when you've got a momentum shift on your return and you hear that place, you can feel it in the press box. What's it like as a player?
Yeah, man, it erupts in there. The energy is crazy. It's kind of like a college atmosphere, almost, if you want to say. You can feel the energy from the moment the game kicks off. The fans are always into it. The loud, they're screaming. And for it to not be a dome, it gets incredibly loud. Like it's wild. So it's super fun to play in.
Well, buckle up for this first playoff game.
Yeah,
it's going to be
imagine.
madness.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Tell us, we talked about this a little bit before you came on, but just the transition coming here and just this organization in general. You know, we always think very highly of it, and it's a beautiful building and all that. But
we're biased.
We're a little biased maybe. But you know, as far as the organization and the way they handled your transition and everything, seems like they're pretty helpful.
Very helpful. They made the transition super smooth from day one. You know, they gave me obviously a place to stay, many other accommodations that came along with it. They helped me move stuff that I had from in New Orleans to out here, and without me having to move an inch. So things like that just means a lot, and allows us to keep the main thing, and focus on what we need to focus on. So organization has been great. I'm having a ton of fun. I'm loving it.
Does it feel like a place you could be for a while?
100%.
Yeah,
yeah, hoping for it.
Yeah. Is that? Yeah. I know it's probably you leave that up to your agents and all of that, but do you have a sense of how things could lean at the end of the season?
I'm loving it out here. I love Seattle. I love just being out here. I love the views, the vibes. Everybody's super nice and kind. It's a lot of fun things to do out here. I haven't had a chance to explore much, so I'm looking forward to it this offseason to get out in Seattle and explore. But yeah, no, I'm loving it.
Plus coming back to the West Coast.
Yeah.
You're a West Coast guy.
Right. You're a West Coast guy. Yeah. It doesn't rain this much all the time.
I've heard.
It's getting to me, and I've been here for since 1987.
Wow.
It was like this one's kind of tough. But
yeah.
But yeah, did you know anybody on this team? Were you familiar with some of were there teammates that you had?
I had played against them 2 years ago. Of course, them being one of the primary teams this year, I had an eye on them. We played them earlier, this season when I was in New Orleans. And I got to witness how great this team operates, firsthand. So yeah, no, I didn't know anybody personally, but I knew how this team kind of operated. So I came into a great situation.
So Clint was the only guy, really?
Clint was the only guy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you face the defense as an opponent.
Yes.
Now you go up against them in practice. What makes, numbers tell you best in the league in terms of points allowed.
Yes.
And they're top 5 against the rush. I mean, they're just in top 5 in all these categories. From your perspective as an opponent and now a teammate, what makes them so great?
I was talking about this yesterday. They kind of play with everybody has the same mind. They're all connected. That they play just like they know what the team is going to run, and they all play for each other. And you can see how they practice, that they're going to go out there and have a great game each and every Saturday or Sunday, whichever day we play. But yeah, man, this defense is special, and they know it. So that's what makes them go out there and just play fast and physical.
What stands out about Sam Darnold as a leader and the way, and I always look at with quarterbacks, how does he handle adversity?
Yeah.
Because that's the most important thing, because it's going to happen, right?
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about Sam Darnold's leadership on the field.
Yeah, no, he's a guy that we look to every day, and for his leadership, and he expects so much out of us, and we just kind of go along as Sam goes as an offense, and he knows that he's our leader, and just his mindset each and every day, how he goes out and competes, mistake or not, he knows that he's as long as he has a ball in his hands, we have opportunity to win, and he's been nothing but a great player, and his success the last 2 seasons means that he's put in the work for it, and he's doing a great job.
Are there any plays we haven't seen from you yet that maybe the Kubiak's dialing up? Wait do they get a load of this one? Huh?
Yeah, hopefully we got some tricks up our sleeves in the playoffs. But yeah, no, I'm excited. Any opportunity I have a chance to get to go out here with these guys, it's going to be a good time.
All right, last thing, you're new in town, so we'll ask our texters to text in. What kind of food do you like to eat? Where and where you should go to get it?
Yeah.
And I can write it down, bring it to you. But what's your favorite food?
Seafood.
Oh, you're in the right spot.
There we go.
Yeah. Seafood or Mexican. Let me know.
Okay.
Have you been to some good seafood places since you've been here, or you haven't been in?
There was a place I went to. It's right by the Pike Market.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little, what's it called? They sell the fish with the bread. What's it called?
Sushi?
No. Dang, it's the crab. The crab.
What, like crab cakes?
No,
like a dip kind of thing, or what?
Crab is in the bun.
Oh, I'm not even sure. I'm not a seafood guy.
You're not a seafood guy?
No, I wish I was, because
we're
we're in the mecca of seafood.
Anyways, it's a spot right over there, and it was really, really good. I went there a few weeks ago with my family. So yeah, I can't think of what exactly it was called, but it was crab.
Well, our texters will go, it's this, you dummies. And, yeah. All right, so seafood and Mexican. Those are the recommendations.
Yeah, and Italian.
And Italian. All right. Well,
he eats anything, pretty much.
Yeah.
We'll get you straightened out. We'll get a list, and Dave will get it to you.
Let me know.
Rashid, we appreciate you, man. It's fun watching you out there. We cannot wait for the playoff game and the volume, and it's going to be electric, man. So
thank you for having me.
We wish you nothing but the best.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There you go. There's Rashid Shaheed of your Seattle Seahawks getting set for, well, whoever. We don't know who they're going to be playing yet. So we'll go through that, but just a great addition to this team. There's explosive nature on special teams, obviously game-changing plays. I mean, that's, there's something you've talked about a lot, Dave. It's just special teams for some teams feel like an afterthought. I don't think anybody goes into it lazily like, we don't need to address it. But I think there's just a more intense focus on special teams, and you see the payoff with it.
Jay Harbaugh is a really interesting guy. I watch him down on the field, and he seems like the most calm person ever, and yet he gets these guys fired up. And I still love telling that story about Brandon Peely and how he got a text from Coach Harbaugh, I want you to run down on kickoffs. And he's probably shocked by that because he's a defensive tackle, but it ended up paying off where he forces a fumble. And, just those kind of little stories that you hear about how important it is. Because like you said, I mean, there's lots of teams that just give it lip service, like, oh yeah, it's, all three phases. And they've just been so productive. My gosh. But then also they're paying attention to a lot of the little details, like starting point, and that all has to do with, the kickoff team. So, and Jason Myers. So, yeah, I mean, and, it's funny, he missed a couple of field goals in the game over the weekend. You didn't really notice it and didn't really think that much about it just because they've been so good on special teams. But, it's, and he, like you were saying before he got here, that I'm sure Clint Kubiak had some ideas already of what he wanted to do with him.
Oh yeah, you saw him smile when you were asking him that. Like, yeah. He's like, it just, you got to imagine it's like a cook with a new recipe. He's like, oh, now I can make this. I've got these ingredients, and now I can do this. So, yeah, very cool. If you guys didn't catch all of that conversation with Rashid Shaheed, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. The Seahawks Player Spotlight is presented by 3 Tree Roofing. Going into this game, obviously, the most crucial player is your quarterback. Yeah. That's true for every team. You need Sam Darnold to play well, play efficient, don't turn the ball over. Outside of the quarterback, is there another singular player that you think is, if this guy doesn't play well, or if this guy does play well, we're good? Is there anything close to a quarterback that you see, whether it's a receiver, running back, any other person you could point to saying, I need this guy to have his A game?
Well, it's tough, and I don't want to make it sound like this is a guy that hasn't contributed, because he has. But Devin Witherspoon has not had one of those big statistical standout games. Like, he is so instrumental to what they're doing defensively, and he's a huge reason of why him and Nicky Manwari, and I'd throw Julian Love in there too, but, I think if he is able to have, get a forced fumble or a sack, and he can do any of those because, he's done it in the past, certainly an interception. I mean, I think that would be huge. And, that's a guy I'm just kind of waiting to, like, explode. Like, I still think, I was talking to somebody in the Bay Area before the 49er game, and I said, I think Devin Witherspoon might be just the best raw football player in the league. Just the things that I don't see anybody else do the things that he does. And so, if he can, put that together, I mean, he always plays well with an interception or a big play. Like I said, he's also a hitter, man.
Yeah,
that guy,
he's aggressive.
You ask guys on the team, like, pound for pound, he's the most violent tackler. So, I mean, I think, and I'm not saying he needs to step up or anything necessarily. He needs to just go out and play his game. But I feel like it's just a matter of, like, it's inevitable that at some point he is going to have one of these like breakout games where everybody's talking about.
When he's kind of in the middle of everything. We talked about that picture that I retweeted, where it showed, I don't know, 8, 9 Seahawks, and you saw 2 little red legs underneath. It was a 49er player,
Right.
where they're also, he's always part of that group.
Yep.
Whether it's 5, 3, 8, whatever, he's always in that group. He's just always a part of what's happening. So I agree with you that he could come up with that special play, whether it's a pick, whether it's a sack, a tip ball. He's always putting himself in a position to make a play like that.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. He
hasn't really gotten rewarded for it yet.
No, but I mean he's been he's a Pro Bowler. I mean he's
Right.
getting the acknowledgement. I think everybody understands how great he is. But you're right, just that big moment, that big moment. So that certainly could be huge. You guys can text in on that 866-979-3776. Besides Sam Darnold, besides the quarterback, who's the one person, the one guy you look at and say, this guy, if he has a game, if he has a day out there, that changes the fortunes of this team? We'll get into some of those responses right